Hello and welcome everybody to the WRC channel cast of Yukan Fuji Cup. Please, if you enjoy the stream, consider liking and subscribing. We definitely appreciate it. We're a new channel, we're growing. And yeah, we'd love to have you come around. I'm Alex, otherwise known as Chiral elsewhere, and today I am joined by Nathanael.
Hey there, Alex. Looking forward to another set of excellent Yukan Fuji Cup games.
Oh yes, everything I've seen has been really fun so far, and I'm hoping that this trend continues. Yeah, you're an A1 leaguer in ARML, right, I'm told.
That's right.
The big American league, yeah.
Well, might not be an A1 leaguer for much longer. The session 6 is happening, the final session of the league, and it's a very tight race on the relegation line. So I'm safe currently, but by like 3 points. And there's a lot of excitement yet to happen.
I'm sure you'll be absolutely fine. I'm sure everything will go really well. Yeah, good luck though.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I stream on Twitch every now and then, or twitch.tv/itsmeKyra, and I host Mahjong leagues. So yeah, if you're interested in Mahjong, especially if you live in the UK, get in touch and hopefully we can maybe get you in the next season. We'll also be joined. Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, that would be you welcome people from all over.
So the way we've actually done it this new season is we will be accepting substitute players from across the world, but it's mostly for UK players.
Gotcha.
But if we end up having, say, I don't know, a multiple of, like, let's say we've got, I don't know, 30 players, we want to have 32, then there'll definitely be some slots for people outside the rest of the UK. So yes, definitely get involved. But yeah, we joined later on today, I believe, by WRC President Gemma Sakamoto, USPML President Dave Bresnik, and another one of your A1 leaguers, Arthur Corak.
It's always a fun time casting with Corak. There's a lot of knowledge to share.
I hate to put you on the spot. You said you're close to the bottom. How's Corak doing?
He is second. He is second in the league.
Oh,
he's fighting for the top spot and the championship table.
So an equally heated battle, but for different reasons. I see.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Our broadcast day is sponsored by WRC, hello, and USPML. Let's start with USPML, the US Professional Mahjong League. It's located in New York, where you can find the Sparrow's Nest, a mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultima, and Rex 3 auto tables. You can rent tables for private games there, but also find some leagues and tournaments that you can participate on a regular basis. I've heard only good things about Sparrow's Nest. But otherwise, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, Dave is going to be commentating for us later today. I had the opportunity to meet Dave very recently at the North American Open, a big tournament that was hosted in California, and actually gave away a seat to the World Riichi Championship. And it was really awesome getting the chance to meet him in person and getting to play against him in the first game of the tournament. And hopefully I'll be able to have the chance to play, or at least see Dave again later in January for the Invitational Tournament at Sparrow's Nest. It'll be quite exciting.
That's awesome. Yeah, I've definitely been involved in a lot of Dave's streams as a watcher, but I've never actually chatted to him in person, so maybe that'll happen one day in this commentary. But yeah. We are also sponsored by WRC, who hopefully you know who WRC are if you're here watching this stream. But we are the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious and international mahjong tournament in the world, held once every 3 years. The next one will be in 2025 in Tokyo. In the meantime, players from all over the world are participating in the largest pro-amateur mahjong league in history, in the World Riichi Online Team League. Do people call it Rottle? I call it Rottle.
I do call it Rottle.
I have been taking part myself. Have you been taking part?
I have. My most recent experience, I was actually at a fencing tournament, and I brought my laptop. I connected it up. I was going to play some games while waiting for the person I was watching to fence, and the IP address was banned, so I was forced to play on my cell phone, which was a new experience for me. And I do not recommend playing at a fencing tournament. If anyone's gone, there's just constant beeping, very many distractions. But I got a first place in there, so I was pretty happy.
It's not too bad. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I had a really bad streak at the start, but I'm on a good streak now, so I'm hoping that my Rottle experience will continue to get better. But yes, we'll also be starting, WRC will be starting the first professional organization outside of Japan. I know that we talk about people getting involved and maybe trying to take the protest soon. I'm assuming that Jenn will be able to give more updates in that in the future. But if you are interested, join the Discord for WRC. It will be linked in the video description. Another thing that the WRC have been casting recently for that Real World Riichi Online Team League are a weekly wrap-up that happens every Wednesday around about this time, where they talk about the international Mahjong community. So if you want to get the hot gossip on some of the other players, go there. But also talking about that World Riichi Online Team League. And yeah, it's a good time. So if you are enjoying the Mahjong casts, consider watching that too. But we're not here about that cast. We're here about Yukan Fuji. What is Yukan Fuji? It's a women's league of Mahjong, played in person with 64 teams. Each team, the 64 teams are split into 16 groups of 4. And players among their group will stay battling each other for the entire season. There are actually 2 different finals that you can qualify for. One you can get by being the top player in your group, so definitely you want to work as a team to get that score. The other one is to be one of the top individual players. So if you are the best of the best, I imagine that's very hard in a event with so many players. But if you are, you get to be in an individual final too. Today we'll be watching the teams and players from Group 11, which you can see on screen. We have Hokkaido, Mahjong fan meeting. We have Little, which is a beauty salon frequented by professional Mahjong players. I do love the idea of just a load of players meeting up at the same place and being like, you know what? Let's make a team.
Absolutely.
It's so cool.
Play with your friends, why not?
Exactly, yeah. Mahjong 3 Arrows channel, which is a YouTube channel. I don't think I've actually followed them. Maybe I should. I'm going to look this up after the stream. Obviously, watching Mahjong content in other languages is tricky, but with the YouTube's captions and translations, maybe it's worth giving them a look. I might have to do that at some point. If they play well today, we'll see.
There's a lot on the line right now.
Yes, my subscription on YouTube. And we also have karaoke bar Gatinha? Gatinha?
Looks like
I hope they pronounced that correctly.
A cat-related karaoke bar.
Yeah, like a gatto. Yeah, that's cute. Should cats be drinking? No.
I love the image.
It's a very good image. Look at that cat. It's so grumpy. But that might be because they're here to play Mahjong. They're taking it very seriously. But yeah, who will we be seeing playing today specifically?
Well, we've got, of course, a representative from each team, and in the east seat, the first dealer from the 3 Arrows channel will be Momo Matsushima. In the south seat from Bar Gatinha, from what will be Arisa Aragaki. I should note that she is a professional from RMU. In the west seat from the little organization, we've got Asami Ishida from JPML, Japanese Professional Mahjong League. And in the north seat from Hokkaido Mahjong Fan Meeting is Hatsune Osaki, Nihon Professional Mahjong Association.
Exactly. We'll actually be seeing Asami for all 3 games today. Sometimes I know that sometimes players like to swap around so that everyone gets to be on TV at least once. But today, Asami is taking all 3, and Momo, I believe, will be playing the first and the third game today as well. So, yeah, it's interesting how you choose to send your players up. I know that we were talking a few streams back about how maybe because it's on the televised game, you might want everyone to play once, at least get 1 game on TV. Or maybe you just try and show your best, or maybe the other people are shy. I don't know.
That's true. I imagine it's a sort of team decision. I know I certainly get a little shy when I'm being broadcast in my league, but perhaps that could have something to do with it. On the other hand, maybe someone's busy on a particular day and wasn't able to play, and so another player pulls in all 3 games or a couple games. It'll be really interesting to see, especially for Asami, who's playing all 3 games, how she, affects her play depending on who she's playing against, or for Momo, who's playing 2 games, if the results of one game affect decision making in a second game. So I'm very excited to see how things go.
Exactly. Yeah, from my own personal experience, I like playing at least 2 in a row because sometimes if the first game doesn't go very well, you always feel like, oh, I've got that chance. I can still make the second game even better than the first one. Sometimes it feels like if you just get one game and it doesn't go well, you're thinking about that game forever. Whereas getting a chance to redeem yourself sometimes. Not that these players are going to lose game 1, of course not.
Of course not.
Yes.
But maybe you get a 3rd place and you want to make up some positive points. You come back in your 2nd or your 3rd game. Were they 1st?
Exactly.
This
tournament uses... Oh, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, 1st is actually really important. I was going to, go in the same direction as you were because of the Mondo TV Pro League rules, right?
Exactly, yes. Because we're using those TV official rules, we have a 5,000 point ante and a 10-20 placing bonus. So there is definitely a huge advantage to getting first place. First place will get an additional 40 points over their positive points, and last place will lose an additional 20. We have no red 5s, no draw states. We have 80 minutes plus 1 for every. That's our clock for the game, which means that once the 80-minute clock runs out, there will be one more hand. Sorry, they will finish the hand they're playing, and they'll play one more hand. And then, if it does run out to that time, the game will be over. So, will the game last 80 minutes? We'll see. I don't know yet. Let's actually have a look at the scores. Exactly. Yes, something new. So it looks like we have a huge lead from Hokkaido fan meeting. That is actually really impressive. With a plus 140.9, Mahjong 3 Arrows at minus 3.7, the little group at minus 21, and Gatinha with minus 116.2. Honestly, though, that's recoverable. There's still plenty of time, even for last place to sort of get a few wins. And I think in each game, you can, what we were talking about, it could be a 60-point swing, right, between first and last. So
absolutely, even something like a first place and a couple seconds, or a first, second, third, and you will have made up a ton of points just by nature of getting all of those UMA. In fact, if you get 3 first places, you are going to be earning 120 points just by UMA alone, not to mention the other points that you're picking up along the way. So definitely no one is out of the running yet in the standings here. And of course, these are the standings after session 2 completed. Session 3 will begin now.
Amazing. As we all know, though, first place is what's needed. So there is no prize in this tournament for second place. But here we go.
Oh, I love the shirts matching the image for Gatinha.
Honestly, having not necessarily like a uniform, but just like a theme is so cool. I would absolutely love to be part of a team with their own shirts.
Absolutely.
If I were taking part in an event like this.
Well, we are off Matsushima, our first dealer. Aragaki to the right in the south seat. Ishida in.
Pretty standard starts, although I do see a chance of a Sanshoku. I know it's too early to call hands like that, but I'm seeing that 2-3-4.
Oh, I love the 2-3-4.
Yes, in this player's hand here.
And of course,
do have that pair of 4-mans though.
We'll see what happens. Got 7 Sodora, and that is really relevant for our dealer Matsushima, holding a pair of those. A big opportunity to make a lot of points very early on in this game.
And it's almost complete as well, which is really helpful. Just speed, if nothing else.
This is always
early on.
An interesting spot here for Ishida. I've got that 8-so, 9-so, 9-so with 7-so Dora. You really want the Dora, and so she'll just go ahead and cut the 9-so immediately. Don't need too many pairs in that hand early on, and of course, read the value.
Those are always the most awkward situations, right? When you have door acceptance, but the door is just such an awkward tile, and you know the odds of you drawing it are quite low, but you do really want to at least keep the option of drawing it.
So a nice little upgrade there for so. Removes the Kanchan middle weight, upgrades from just a 2 so weight to a 2-5 so. But still, I'm looking.
And here I was talking about the 2-3-4 Sanchoku. The 2 so's already gone, so maybe I'm wrong about that. But there's a 2-man.
Yeah, we can maybe draw the 3 so and then walk back down to a 2 so later on if we're dreaming. Still, dealer has.
I think maybe the dream is.
perhaps. Ishantan for Matsushima's dealer with 2 Dora. Could be Riichi Pinfu
2
Dora
Dora
2.
Pinfu too. It's always one of those situations when you've got Dora 2, is it sometimes better to Dharma? I think the answer is no. You should only have a Dharma Pinfu if you've got like Hanuman Dharma, but
I think the
it always
opportunity for an early Mongon is probably too strong to pass up, right?
Exactly, yes. Keeping the east there as a nice safe tile for later. You love to see it.
Yeah, the blocks are pretty much set, so you can easily hold a save tile and wait for your Tempai. No need to drop something dangerous upon declaring Riichi, especially if someone else gets there first. You never know.
It's always an interesting shape when you've got 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that 9 feels like it doesn't really belong, but you kind of want to make a space for it if you can, just because you've got that 5, 5, 6, but 5 pin being probably the pair of the hand it's awkward. We'll see what they end up doing with it.
I like keeping that shape if you have, say, a Kanchan or a bad shape elsewhere, like this 3, 5, 7, 7, 8. If you just treat the 3, 5, 7 as a Yankan, then you could eventually pair up part of the bad shape, like the 3 or the 5, at which point that could become your pair, and the 5, 5, 6 becomes your sequence shape. And so it really, you swap out a bad shape to be your pair, and you get to keep a good shape in its stead. It's a great little trick, but we'll see if the hand comes out that way. You still have to draw that pair.
True. But it's good to have the option open, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's why, we were talking about safe tiles. You could hold the White Dragon as a safe tile, but she's really valuing that extra little bit of efficiency, trying to milk every single bit of tile acceptance out of his hand.
Ooh, interesting.
Interesting choice here for Aragaki. Lots of good shapes, but there's a small chance at a 3, 4, 5 Sanchoku.
That means you feel spoilt for choice. Too many good shapes, almost.
That's true. Oh, here we go. That's the pair we're talking about. And now you can... Ooh. Hold all the pairs.
I get the feeling they may have given up on attacking that hand. Maybe. I don't know, actually. Would you think they're folding? Do you think they're...
definitely feels
playing the relatively safe 8-man?
Right. We are getting rather late in the hand, and, there's no Dora visible to her, so she definitely has to be a little bit cautious of maybe a Dama if someone already has the goods.
Exactly. Just
Dora
because there are no red
Tanya,
fives
something like that.
doesn't mean that you can be a bit... You can't just ignore Dora. Absolutely. Ooh, although...
Another very interesting and potentially exciting draw. There's Itsu in the horizon, this full straight 1 through 9 of the Manzu. And yeah, we're going to cut away from the so block here.
Not many Sozu have been played by anyone here. At least the middle Sozu. So playing the 3 is a little bit risky. The 5 will obviously be useful for this hand here.
Yeah, I didn't think that this was a 7 pairs hand, but now we've drawn our 4th pair, and that certainly meets the sort of defensive-minded player's goals. Keep all the dangerous tiles.
7 pairs is an amazing hand to defend with, for sure. Although, I don't fancy their win rates. They're only having 5 pairs this late. You know what? 6 pairs. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm happy to be wrong.
Yeah, you get up to 5, and now 7 pin. That's a full committal. She can continue.
Sorry, I can't.
Continue to play defensively here.
And that is Ishanten.
I see Peiko draw. There's the
finally
7.
7.
It's Tempai, actually. I believe it's Shabo 4 so 5 so, but not willing to take that Riichi. Again, middle tiles seem so unlikely to come out here. in the Sozu.
Exactly. Not much time left either. So maybe just being Tenpai, taking
Oh,
the...
there's a
Oh, but
small,
there it is.
maybe perhaps a small bit of regret for no Riichi, but Tsumodora, certainly acceptable here, risk free.
Yeah, exactly. You'd never complain about a nice early lead. I genuinely don't think it would have been the right move to reach there. I think it would have been a bit scary.
Yeah, that late, I feel like the second I Riichi, the player who has all the value will immediately chase me, and then I'm in a very awkward position with the worst weight and no defensive capabilities. So certainly extremely understandable, especially because I personally tend to be a fairly defensive-minded player. I definitely agree.
So my question to you though is, let's say you got that tempo at the end of row one, would you have taken the reach then?
Ooh,
If
that's
it
a.
was much earlier.
I think a lot of times you can absolutely slam the Riichi. I also like to think about the opportunity to upgrade that shape with say a 3-so draw or a 6-so draw. But I think it's pretty normal to just slam the Riichi there, even though it's not the best quality. It was too early at the end of row one to determine that middle Sozu were never coming out from players. So I think it's
True,
okay.
exactly.
Of course,
Yeah,
later
I
on,
do like being aggressive when I know I'm first to Tenpai.
right?
But only when I know. Only when I know.
Yeah, you saw defensive play from around the table there. Everyone was worried about a potential Dama with Mangan. Here we go into East 2, Aragaki, the winner of the last hand, now our dealer for Team Gatinha. And that's a great
Really
3-so
beautiful
fill.
draw, yes.
Now you have that.
Building Pinfu alone, but actually no, I take it back. It might not be Pinfu. It's depending if we go for that Dora. Dora is staying in the hand.
Right, and it's very interesting to see the 6-so come out. You have a pair. Normally you'd think to hold that, but she cuts the 6-so one tile of the pair and holds the Dora back. So perhaps, well, we'll retain the second 6-so and hope to draw a sequence around that. And in the end, we might end up on a Dora Tanki Riichi.
Having said that though, it's not a bad idea. And actually, what seat are they in right now? Are they in the south seat? Can they still get Pinfu if they draw a pair of souths? Is what I'm asking.
I believe she is the dealer, so she will be able to get
Then
Pinfu.
exactly. So all the value is available, if only they draw the south.
And we see South kind of filtered around the table here, evenly spread. Nobody with a pair just yet.
It's always the awkward stalemate when everyone has one Dora, and no one knows what to do with it.
I believe 2 in the wall, 2 in hands. Matsushima, the other player with the Dora. Although, another hand that it's kind of waiting to see if it becomes Pinfu with the Dora or without the Dora.
Exactly.
Or Mon tiles. I feel like we're going to have to make a decision on this Dora sooner rather than later, because right now the 3-mon is acting as our pair. She'll continue to hold out for it, though, with the 4-pin cut.
With that 7-mon, we now have multiple pair candidates for Manzu in that hand, which is doubly awkward because it could then mean that this hand ends up on a pair weight, which is not really what we want to be seeing, especially if we have to cut Dora to get it.
Right. We could still end up on the south using, say, a 5, 6, 7 Ipeiko in the upper Manzu, and then a 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5 sequence in the lower
Exactly.
Manzu. Turn all those Mon blocks into sequences and then pair up the south.
The widest Ishansen here for Ishida, but not Tenpai, not yet.
Osaki still with good shapes, but looking for tiles to improve with. And there's the pair up for Matsushima.
Fortunately, the rest of his hand just has so long to go, so far to go. Two more tiles needed.
That's a
And
big draw.
other people. The real question is, are we going to see the South come out? And will it be called?
Very, I would say, unlikely to be called unless Matsushima has eyes for some type of Mitsu.
The reason I asked this is because we do have that pair of one man in the hand. So if we're going for pure speed over anything else, there is a backup pair. We're not getting rid of our only pair by calling. But yes.
Yeah, Ishanten.
Still not quite Tenpai.
Ishanten battle. Who can get there first? Oh, another pair. That's Chitoi Ishanten.
Didn't work out last hand, but you never know. Maybe today is the day Chitoi wins. I'd love to see it.
Absolutely. You know, that
Every time someone's seen someone give a Chitoi in my last recent games, it's never worked.
It's certainly when it works, it's amazing. When it doesn't, it just completely falls on its face. Oh, another pair.
That brings the total to 5.
So Ishanten for Chitoi, but also you could make your hand callable by cutting the one-mon pair. Tough choice. What would you do? Gonna put you on the spot.
I would go for half flush, I think. I think I would go for half flush here. I don't, especially considering South is Dora, I'd be happy to open the hand up but then I don't know who I'm playing. I don't know the tendencies of these players.
That's
It
true.
might be that the South is just never going to come.
Well, also, I guess we have Chanta callability as well with the current block. She cut the 4-pin, so holds for Chitoi, and you can call the West anyway.
Unfortunate that we draw the 5 immediately after cutting the 4.
Naturally. Oh, there we go.
Of course. And there's the reach waiting on at the South.
Oh.
That's the kind of play that ooh. A battle, okay. So, South versus 5-8 pin. I think we've seen most of the 5 pins already. I don't know about 8 pin yet. I'll have to do another count.
Yeah,
We do see that South coming, though.
Notable,
Flash South.
That will be held forever.
Yes, absolutely. You do not cut a live Dora to a reach on row 3. That is potentially disastrous.
How bad is this 9-pin or 6-pin rather? It'll be played and passes.
Yeah, the 5 deals in. Thankfully, the 6 is okay. I almost fear for Matsushima here. Because I would absolutely push 8-pin if I get Tenpai. Although maybe it would be a good tile to wait on, given it's Suji to you, but I could see that dealing in to this Ipeiko.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an 8-pin.
3 7-pins are out, so it definitely makes the 8-pin look a little safer. But Chitoi's still really challenging to pull off.
There is a distinct lack of Pinzu in the Riichi player's hand, so maybe that was just raised a little bit more of a red flag. Maybe we don't play pins. Well, this is Tenpai.
Yeah, you have to push with a 5 because we're Fujikawa on that.
Yeah, that's good. The dodge dealing in and gets to a Tenpai, which is amazing. Let me just quickly check something.
Oh, and the swap.
I think head bump is on, right? Head bump is on in this rule set, so only the Chitoi gets to win.
Yes, but as actually the other Tenpai player that dropped away with the 8-pin, believing it to be safer. And, well, it was safe against the Riichi, but not the Chitoi. Chitoi Dora 2 will also pick up the Riichi stick for Matsushima. Clever bit of play there. I feel tempted sometimes, when I've got that choice of Tenpai, choice of Tanki, to sometimes take the Furiten one, even though I'm probably not going to win it, just because I value getting to Ryukyoku more safely, and then I would just deal in on the 8-pin. Turns out that taking your chance and going for the aggressive play is not only saves her from dealing in, but also allows her to pick up 6,400 points plus a Riichi stick.
Exactly, yes. I decided because to just have a little look at the fun facts we have about Matsushima. Given that she is currently in the lead, winning the hand, she's an official play-by-play commentator for M League. Okay, so she could be doing our job then. Okay, amazing. Graduated from Kyoto University. Got a grad master's at Doshisha, I'm going to pronounce that incredibly wrong. University Graduate School appears on quiz shows.
Oh wow.
I I love this person already. I've been distracted. There's a Riichi.
Yeah.
Hang on.
It's either
Osaki
Riichi.
Senpai.
Oh, sorry, you're right, Osaki. And Ipatsu.
I need a Patsu.
Oh
Oh my
my.
goodness.
That is incredible
Yes.
from Osaki. Had perfect hand, perfect draws. Third turn Riichi, tough to defend against that.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Although I imagine from that face, sometimes it's not good to be unlucky. I'm so sorry.
She was the beneficiary of a bit of fortune, but also played the hand perfectly. And we go immediately into a dealership.
We have some facts from Jenn in chat. She said she got her head on it little yesterday. Amazing. Huh.
The insider knowledge from Jenn.
We love Jenn for that. Yeah, it's great.
Absolutely. All right. Osaki, after that nice little win, will have the dealership now. Whoa!
Hello there. Well,
3 pairs of wins. Okay.
I like to joke about Yakuman hands. I don't think it's going to happen because we do see the South already gone. But big wins. Big wins. Just saying. Big wins.
Maybe little wins. Oh,
Maybe
the
little
South
wins.
draw.
Oh, there's a South.
Okay, you've got all the makings of a big hand. Hang on.
Hang on.
I assume we're going to call all the wins now that we've got all the blocks we need.
If nothing else, you can build a half flush with Yakuhai, and that's good enough for me. But
will it be good enough
what
for
if, though?
Matsushima?
Interesting how they cut the 9 so pair there. I have to have another look at their hand to wonder why they decided to cut a pair. I'm sure it's probably just because they already have enough pairs.
Indeed, two other
they
pairs.
They already have enough pairs. Yeah. And a chance, did I see a 6-7-8 Sanshoki? Mixed triple sequence?
Would be fantastic. Oh, nice 5 so fill. Could see a straight for Aragaki. And yeah, gonna...
Absolutely, I would be pushing that mixed triple sequence, or how does... It's just mixed sequences in WRC terms. Amazing.
Now, even
Also
giving
a
up on the
chance
Dora to angle for that. Could also attempt something like a pair cut, if you're really getting greedy, but she doesn't want to give up Ishanten here.
And I think that's absolutely fair.
Okay,
Cutting the 9 man to allow all simples for an extra hand. Nothing wrong with that. And as we say, yeah, definitely building towards a half flush. Sadly, the wins are not going to happen. We've seen 3 of the Souths now.
Oh,
but
that's tragic.
Still, I think it's absolutely fine to just try and build that half flush there. It is sad, though, to see that South there.
Indeed.
Knowing that there are no more left to draw.
Yeah, there's a small thought of keeping the 1 pin just in case you have end up pairing it up for 7 pairs. But yeah, this East call will eliminate those thoughts.
I was going to ask if it's worth keeping the South as a safe tile, but no. No, we have our mind set on building these half flush, and we do not want to keep safe tiles as too slow. I can respect that.
Yeah, I believe she wants to improve one of these tiles, either the 9-mon or the White Dragon. Pairing that up would be excellent.
We have a fan of Osaki in chat. Amazing. You're just choosing a random player to support. Understandable.
Very good. Absolutely. Everyone pick a favorite player, even if you don't know any of these. Find someone to cheer on. Actually, we'll be learning a little bit more about some of these players. I believe before the second game, we'll have a player interview. So if you want to find some more in-depth knowledge about the teams, definitely stay tuned for that.
I'm looking forward to seeing that interview too, absolutely.
Here's another tile draw for Tateniu. Gives up on the Sanchoku for that extra block back into Ishanten.
Yeah, it's definitely faster, and you don't necessarily know if the 8 so is going to show up into your hand. It's hard to tell. Also, Itsu is now complete.
Wow. Terrific draw for Aragaki.
Oh, which 2-4 is the best 2-4? Choosing Penzu. Okay.
3-pin good tile, as they say in the American Riichi Mahjong League.
One of our players' favourite tile is the Sanzo, so clearly it's... We'll get to that later. But I do like when a player embraces the memes. Oh, somewhat rewarded. Drawing the 4-pin there. Support that shape.
Absolutely. A tile that doesn't necessarily improve your Shantan, but still makes you happy when you draw it.
Yeah.
Once again, we're getting late into the hand, so players have to be a little bit cautious. The Dora have come out, though. 1 pin has been discarded 3 different times.
And finally tempo for the half flush here. Waiting on 1 4-man. But we do see all the 1-mans here. About at least 3 of them.
A large majority.
1-man?
This would be a call for Tempai Tanya waiting on 4 pin, 7 pin, and also 3 mon. And
Unfortunate for Matsushima there. If she'd gone for the 9-pin Tanki, she would have won. Obviously, you go for the more tiles. The more tiles, the more likely you are to win. But just unlucky this time.
Now with a Riichi to fight against. And that was a dangerous slam, a mon tile slam.
You could play West, yeah. You'll still tempo on the 5. But the West is probably safe. And if you really don't feel safe, you've got the other 2 Wests to follow up with.
Ishida looked really unpleased to draw this 5 mon, and she is just going to escape. Definitely would deal into 2 players, so she was right about it. Although they weren't Tempai at the time, they certainly are waiting for it now.
7 mon is also... It can't feel good. They do push it.
Wow.
I think I might play West here. I think I'm too much of a coward.
4 pin is Nakasuji. I think it's fine. Oh.
It was not fine, but honestly, relatively speaking, it was a cheap hand.
That's right. Against the Riichi, it shouldn't deal in most of the time, and against the open hand, well, all the door discarded, so there shouldn't really be any value there either. It seemed like a justifiable push, but that will lead to a small loss of points.
Though I suppose maybe you see it as a lesser of 2 evils, given the reach.
Yeah, if the Riichi Tsumos, that's going to be a lot more than the 1,000 points you paid out.
Exactly. Yeah, there's definitely an art to intentionally dealing in sometimes. You have to be very careful about it, because obviously, if you misjudge the value of the hand you're dealing into, it's a disaster. But
certainly a lot easier to get the value right with no red 5s, and seeing 3 of the Dora certainly makes it a little easier to estimate.
That's true. Okay, so East 4. Another potential half flush, maybe. I don't know about that 6-8 so. We might keep it, we might not.
I suspect we'll hang on to it just because the
6 is a door after all. Yes. There's value in being able to call, but I think that you've got a very good point there. Although, the triplet of Souths...
That certainly changes things. So it encourages you to shift more towards closed value if you can get there. Because normally you're expecting, I think, to have to call the South, and that weakens the value of your hand. But if you can get there completely closed, it could change the map.
Closed half flush, 3 hand. People don't always think about that, because 9 times out of 10, whenever you make a half flush, it is always open. But
question mark. Hatsu comes out, no call.
Okay.
So still 1 more green dragon.
Do you think the dragons are... Well, maybe, actually, the green dragon's still alive, but the others are going to be a red herring this hand, I believe.
Yes.
I mean, let's have that with a pair of wests.
I guess we're just going to cut away from our worst shape. And so out comes the 3-so and 5-so to follow soon.
Yeah, unfortunately, the hand is missing a lot of value, but if you can get the speed, just be first to Tenpai, get that reach stick in. There's a lot to be said.
Second
there's
green.
the last green dragon.
Will be held momentarily because we needed to cut the 5-so anyway. But once that comes out, then we'll have our final question posed.
With 4-4-6, 4-4-4-6, I think you have to just go for it. I think they made the decision 2 draws ago, honestly, about the half flush at least. But they are 1 away from Tenpai. Would you call the green dragon, or would you try and reach that? Is the real question, I suppose. Because calling the green gets you Tenpai, but
as dealer, I would call it.
Okay.
Because
2-hand waiting on 5-6, so I guess 3-hand if you get the 6.
Exactly. That's the main reason. We can sumo the 6, so we're not expecting to hit anyone directly with that tile, but if we can draw that ourselves, that will be pretty significant. I believe we also get a Fu boost. We certainly do. And out comes the Hatsune.
It is called. There it is. So, how many 5s and 6s do we see? 5 is a door indicator, obviously. We see 1, 2, 3. I believe it's 4 tiles, of which 2 of them are Dora.
That's pretty awesome.
Template, so yeah, that's pretty good.
Having 2 chances at maximum value.
So, a fun fact about the player Tenpai right now, Osaki, they went to the wrong place today.
Oh?
They showed up half an hour early in the wrong building.
Oh no.
It's really unfortunate. But because they showed up early, they were able to get to where they needed to go on time. So,
perfect.
Hopefully, when something unlucky happens like that, it's usually an omen for good things in the future, right? Like, oh, I got through all this bad stuff. That means there's only good stuff left, right? That's how it works.
This is why you show up early.
Yeah, last season they made it to the individual semi-finals, so they are a very strong player if history is to repeat itself. This is the player whose favorite tile is the Sanzo.
Excellent. Our viewer has selected a strong candidate as their chosen player.
There is Sanzo right here, but
well,
it is safe this time.
Wasn't willing to take the Riichi on the 4-so. How about this Shumpon?
The 5-so will deal in, so we'll see.
Yeah.
No, they pass.
3-so still a little bit of a fight here. Dora Suji tile.
Speaking of fight, looks like a call from just getting to Tenpai rather than actually winning. But we'll see if they can sneak in and collect that no temp payment at the end of the hand.
Now we are approaching the final row here, so players will definitely want to try to at least beat Tenpai at the end of the round. There we go.
There it is. Okay.
This is a chance.
Player, not Tenpai, is the one we're looking at now.
How good is the 2-mon? Good enough to fight with. The 5-mon came out earlier.
I think 5-mon recently passed, yes. Our dealer here definitely has the advantage in terms of weight, as far as I'm aware. But advantage doesn't mean anything.
Finally,
if you don't draw the tile you need. Ooh. No, they can't use the 1-so. And it is safe. So it's just going to go.
Ooh, do we con?
Chance to con.
I see very little downside. And
I mean, I guess your dealer, if you can in this set, you do have to. Oh my! You do have to show all 4 tiles.
Not the 6-so. Imagine drawing the 6-so there after conning.
Imagine
flipping yourself another Dora.
5-so is equally good in this situation. Although now, actually, are there any 5-sos left? Now we've revealed that as a new Dora indicator. Oh goodness!
And 4-mon's not going to do it. Still 7-so versus the final 6-so. I believe there's one more left.
Do a little scan. I think you're right.
Tenpai found. And a Riichi with
Okay.
the 2 Dora and the Khan. Chance at more Uda.
There's nothing wrong with taking that risk when you've got so many points to win.
Ishida maintains Tenpai. Osaki has to consider this West. I believe it's paired up in someone's hand, so none visible. And she has to make a judgment. Is it worth pushing here?
The only way to keep your tempo is to cut a double Dora. That's rough.
She gives up.
Tempo broken.
The West too suspicious. And it's immediately
there's the
revealed to be
West, and it's
safe.
immediately proven safe. Oh no.
And there will not be a chance to draw back into Tenpai because the Khan moves that last tile from the game. So only 2 players Tenpai. She did have the pair of West. The read was correct, but it was not a Jampon weight. Just that Kanchan, the middle weight on the 3-mon. Still,
Exactly.
dealership passes. You have only lost 1,500 points. And there's a Riichi stick in the middle, as well as a Honba for the next round.
That's absolutely true, yes. You can get everything you just lost back and more. Just win the next hand. It's fine. It's easy, right? Just win the next hand. What could possibly go wrong with that?
If only Mahjong was that easy.
If only.
But okay, we'll swap into the south round now. Matsushima will be our dealer once again, second time around. In her first dealership, she had a very nice hand pairing, but did not manage to pull it out. See if she can open up with 2 Dora again this time. Looked like a bit of a scattered array of tiles there to start off as dealer for Aragaki in the south seat. This looks a little bit better, but not by much. We'll even cut the 2-pin early, floating as many different possibilities.
I think that's totally fair. When your hand is really rough, you've got to. I guess you have more of an excuse to think about value than you would if your hand was really, really close to completion, right? Because you can think, oh, if I do this, I can get 3 hand more. Whereas if your hand's already complete, it kind of drives itself at that point sometimes.
Right. More options now. Just choosing what she wants to float. We'll float the 6-mon. And it's fortunate for Ishida, back-to-back south, but...
Okay, we have a useful draw here. But again, maybe this is just a pairs round.
Yeah, very, very pair-heavy. Aragaki had 3 pairs, dropped one of them.
Yeah, you never know. You can't complain about drawing the thing you just discarded. It's hard to tell.
Absolutely. If we had that foresight, Mahjong again would be a much easier game.
I think it'd be less fun though.
Definitely.
If you just knew, there's no way I can win this hand. I'm never going to draw a Tenpai.
that would be absolutely tragic.
Yeah.
So a lot of overlapping shapes there for Ishida and Shokatsuki Tsuji. She could end up even with Pinzu Honitsu.
Exactly, yeah.
Paul Osaki calling the tune. And as we noted before, there's the Riichi stick from before, a couple Honba now, because there's a dealer repeat and a Ryukyoku.
I was wondering if they were going to just go for the one-hand quick win, but they ended up cutting one of their Yamen shapes, their sequences. There's more to it than just, I want to go for 1,000 points and collect that Riichi stick. There's more.
Yeah, the score's still very close, so if you can win a big hand, a big value hand, that will put you in very good position to grab all of that Oka, the bonus points for first.
Matsushima here, I think, has 2 exciting potential paths. Obviously, we got that pure double sequence. We also had a chance of a mixed double sequence in the 7-8-9, but we cut the 7, so that's not part of their plan. I think that's something that I hear the siren call of sometimes. Triple sequence, you can make it. 7-8-9, it's easy. Just draw these exact tiles and it'll happen. No, they resisted the siren call of that Yaku.
Yeah, perhaps one way to still keep that thought in mind is to cut the 9-mon first, and then if you draw the 6-mon, you can work down towards 6, 7, 8, which was still possible. But here, cutting
I like
away from
that,
this
yes.
early and confirming the door acceptance.
And with that second Yakuhai call, I'm wondering if this is now going to be another half flush.
But we might
I
have
respect it.
competing half flushes at this point. West comes out.
Oh, okay. No, they're just going to take the Tenpai, and they're going to like it. Nothing wrong with that.
Good way Tenpai. Lots of value to accompany the hand. A small backfire, maybe a moment here to acknowledge
rough,
how Mahjong works. It's always, you only draw your kanchan after cutting. But Osaki will take the win here.
It's, as we said, it was relatively cheap, but there was that Riichi stick, there is that Honba, and it all adds up. So yeah,
And
especially if you're in the lead, just being able to pull that a little bit further ahead.
absolutely, and with the scores this close, even a small 1,000-point hit or 2,000-point hit, it still puts a lot of pressure on you. So Aragaki will have a lot riding on this dealership. I wanted to know if for the Gatinha players, if the tile that the cat is holding up is the same for all players, or if it is their favorite tile. I see a 2-pin.
I like that idea of having a specialized T-shirt for yourself. That's amazing.
This is
Our little fun fact block for Arisa doesn't say anything about 2-pin though. Apparently she does not have a favorite tile. At least it's not in the list. She apparently was originally an interior designer, so it's interesting the walks of life that eventually people come from all over to play Mahjong. Enjoying horse races, cooking, architecture. Guess that makes sense as an interior designer. Scary stories. And yeah, currently works at a foreign company and is apparently trying to dial back some aggression from previous seasons. From previous play. Was formerly a very aggressive player. I guess we have seen a fair amount of defense, I suppose. It's not worked out so far though, unfortunately.
Although the hands here, I think we'll see lots of aggression. Everyone, every single player with a competitive hand.
Oh yes.
With a Honitsu attempt here, potentially Toy Toy as well in the Sozu, because already called a Yakuhai. And just great shapes for every
Toy Toy is one of the few hands I only ever try and make with something else, and Honitsu is the best sort of combo for that, in my opinion.
You can open
you can get a half flush and or triplets.
2 Han plus 2 Han equals Mongod.
Exactly.
Very quickly into Ishanten is Ishida. Similarly, Osaki with an incredibly wide Ishanten, one of the widest in the game. 3-sided in 2 different suits, plus pair combos. Can turn them into triplets.
You really do love to see it. We wanted to be seeing that 4-man for that 3-sided weight. I don't think we've really seen that many multi-sided weights so far today. It's been either like the Kanchan with like a 3-5 waiting on the 4, or the Anman, just 2 sides. But with that extra call, I don't think that's Tenpai yet, right? No. Just 1 away. Still, but a very nice 1 away.
Absolutely. Oh man, this feels like this hand should be getting Tenpai any second now, but it is missing.
Yeah, after 3 calls not being Tenpai is something that I would normally, if I was talking about a beginner player, I would normally call them out on that, but the 3 calls there make a very strong statement to everyone on the table. There is no way people are going to think that you're not Tenpai yet.
I feel like it's a lot more common for a Toy Toy Honitsu to make 3 calls and still be Ishanten. Yeah,
that's absolutely totally fair.
And, the players have to be especially careful because of the south being the Dora. I always consider, an honor tile part of a Honitsu. It's the Dora suit for every single Honitsu, so you have to be extra cautious. But the south did come out, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was played once, yes, by the dealer here, Aragaki.
And she will declare Riichi. Riichi only waiting 3-6 pin. Sotile, that's great for Ishida, who can now fight. Was previously stymied by that force, so couldn't really push that against the Honitsu. Osaki will cheapen the hand, reluctant to do so, but wants to prevent the dealer from being able to win here.
147 is the weight, and 1 would be Fury 10, because there is no Yaku unless I'm missing a call.
Ooh, Tenpai for Ishida. Will she fight?
How bad is 2-man? 2-man doesn't look too bad. Yeah, just go for it.
That's right next to the Riichi tile, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Osaki will be able to continue to fight. 3-man.
Yeah, 3-man must be terrifying here, so I absolutely understand not playing it, especially to the Ipatsu turn.
Yeah, safe against the first Riichi, not necessarily the second. Ooh,
Yes.
pin. And no Pinzu
Chance.
in the discards of the second Riichi player. Does she continue to fight, or does she back out and let the 2 Riichi players fight it out?
I think taking the defensive step there is absolutely fine. 3-man comes out, interesting.
Yeah, door drawn.
Just saved it for that.
Dealer Tsumo Ura hit. Each Tsumo Ura should be 2,000 all.
This is why if you get a good weight, you should always Riichi.
I believe I only have one triplet in hand, so it should just still be the 30 Fu, unless I missed another triplet.
I believe so, yes. But yeah, the Riichi they call it Riichi Mahjong for a reason.
Yeah, even a one-han Riichi still can give you a lot of value. We saw with the Ura flip and the Tsumo, especially this dealer. And that will put Aragaki up near the top. Perhaps even overtaking.
I believe so. Don't think it's first just yet, but definitely in range.
Yeah, very, very close. It looks like she has indeed taken over, just by mere hundreds.
Oh, okay.
Ishida with a lot
what
of
an
pairs
amazing
here,
start.
including double south. Osaki, not really optimistic a high pie. This, though, is 2 Dora for Matsushima and potentially Tateniu as well.
Okay, we have a 2-way battle at least. I don't know about Ishida, unfortunately. This hand doesn't seem like the luck is favouring them. But we should probably mention Ishida, who is, as you said earlier, from JPML. We'll be playing all 3 games today, but they apparently have a nickname as a chibi. I guess that's kind of nice, like mixing the 2 names together and then also putting chibi in. Yeah, I like that. She often posts about her son, who plays shogi, so professional, like kind of mind sport players in the family, but not necessarily all mahjong. Recently started a kids mahjong class. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, I had to support Ishida now.
Absolutely, I would love to see that in the US.
Yes, honestly, yes. Getting kids involved in mahjong, but also learning about like stats and stuff. I know it sounds really nerdy, but like you could teach a kid a lot.
Yeah, it could be educational and fun. Oh wow, the Dama works out. Didn't even have the chance to talk about it, but was sitting on this 3-man Tonki with 3 Dora, hoping to improve the weight to something else, but the 3-man just came out. Nothing you can do about that. Early Tenpai with 3 Dora. And Matsushima will happily take the win there.
Yeah, speaking of people overtaking, I think, well, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. But definitely going to put them in a very, very good position.
We'll be up to Ishida now with her dealership. South 3, last chance. Hypa looks strong, though. After an unfortunate dealing like that, really want to come back with something big. So I suspect we're going to be holding strong for Riichi. Nice 3-pin draw, though.
They cut the 4 instead of the 1, which makes me think that they are trying to force that mixture sequence, which you know what? You need value at this point, so it's absolutely the right thing to do. To try and get a little bit of a boost. If you can get a nice lead going into South 4, there is nothing wrong with that at all. But yes, I'm cheering for you, Ishida, just because I want you to overcome.
Wow, back-to-back.
You're behind.
Penchan fills for Aragaki. 3-pin, then 3-so. And 1-2-3 Sanchoku is totally live. Aragaki here, though, with an incredibly nice-looking shape. Has to decide which tile to give up.
I almost want to cut 7-mon here. The 2-pin stays because it's close to Dora.
Exactly. I think normally 2-pin is natural, but the proximity to the Dora tips the scales.
That's exactly what we saw. So fingers crossed for them. They'll draw the Dora, get some extra value in this hand, and be able to make a comeback happen. We'll see. That's not it, though.
Osaki with a lot of Manzu and a couple honor tile pairs.
Okay, 2-pin eventually comes out because the dragons are called. Makes sense, they are dealer, and that gives them Tempai on 5-8, so for, I believe, just one hand, right?
Yeah, we'll take it, though. Very wide weight.
I missed that, sorry, it was 3, 4, 7, 5? No, just 3, 4, 5, 8.
4, 5, 8. 4, 5, 8.
Yeah. I guess so.
The 3-sided. It's very wide, but, you know, just the one hand. Perhaps more could have been obtained from that hand. However, you know, given the other hands, the fact that there was no Dora in her own, perhaps she just
some Mahjong's got to say that when things aren't going well for you, win a cheap hand first, just to get your head in the game. Take a step, then a skip, then a jump.
There we go.
Maybe this is the start of a comeback. Maybe it's just good for mental. I don't quite know where the phrase comes from, but
well, certainly there's opportunities in this hand as well. A lot of outside tiles, Chanta or Junchan, not typically hands that you're excited to go for, but when there's a chance at 7, 8, 9 Sanjoku.
This is a sign of Dave's arrival.
Ooh, yeah, definitely.
Someone getting Chanta.
I feel like, the last time I broadcast with Dave, we were also gushing over a player who had a couple Chanta attempts, very strong attempts in that game. Wow, these draws are coming together. 2 away from Tempai.
Although Chanta's not going to happen. So that's been thrown out quite quickly. But that's actually fine, because honestly, a triplet of 2-pin is just too fast to ignore.
Yeah, Riichi's still good.
So,
7, 8, 9 Sachoku also available still.
Draws a pair, but I feel like that hand has way too many pairs already, unfortunately. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe it'll become 7 pairs.
Oh my, Shantan.
There's that 9.
Now we could see some interesting decisions coming soon for Ishida regarding whether to call for the Sanchoku or try to stay closed. Compared to the other hand, which ended up with a very wide weight, had a lot of tile acceptance that she called. You know, we're looking for some very specific tiles, the 8-mon and the 7-pin to be exact. So I would think that she's even more likely to call this hand than she was the last one.
I think, if nothing else, being Tempai is very, very important here. And any chance that gets you there is going to be huge. Also, we've got a Dora, so at least even if we open, it's still going to be at least 2 hand. So there's value here. It's not just 1,000 points or 1,500 dealer, but
interesting.
The real question is, are we even going to see these tiles? It might be too little, too late with everyone else getting so fast.
Matsushima with the 5-so triplet one more time. This time it's not Dora. Ishida still looking for some very specific tiles. It's the waiting game from Ishanten. You know what you need, but there's so few of them that it takes a long time to get there usually.
They know it's a gamble, but it is going to pay off, especially if they can get it closed.
Okay. East to east, shift to Honitsu, 4, 5, 6 also potentially live. 4, 5, 6 Sanchoku, that is.
I'm looking at this hand and it just seems so sad to me. It really needs a very sad looking 2-man to even get going. And with this reach, Waiting on the Tsuji of the Riichi tile, the 8-man. People always say Tsuji of the Riichi tile isn't safe, and this is a perfect example of that. When you've got a shape like 5, 7, 9, and you choose, you know what, I'll reach on the 5.
Yeah, a lot of
you
reasons.
guys know I don't have 6, 7, wink. The 8 is safe, wink.
Yeah, a lot of reasons, especially, close to the Dora. Another reason to not drop the 8. People are more willing to take a worse weight Riichi if it allows them to use the Dora.
Exactly. We do see 3 of the 8s, right? I think there's only 1 left in the wall.
And Ishida also in need of an 8. What is the Dora indicator? One here in Matsushima's hand.
Yeah, this is tough. I don't think I'd want to push this to a reach.
Yeah, there's an early 3-mon, I believe, in the discards, followed by a 5-mon Riichi. With the 5-mon Riichi, you worry about 6-mon, 9-mon, and 1-mon, 4-mon. But with the early 3-mon, the lower mons would look a little bit safer, unless you have the 2-3-3 shape early and you're set up a trap, Sotokawa trap.
I think, yeah, the odds of Sotokawa is 5% less likely to deal in, I believe, isn't it? Something like that. If it's in the first 3 discards, or if a tile near it's in the first 3 discards.
I will trust your numbers on that.
I think it's something like that. I remember reading a blog post. I think it might have been Gemma's blog post. So maybe. Yeah, well,
it's gonna be a
here
fight.
We go.
Doesn't matter what tile you have to push. The value is way too strong here. Pull, cut 1-mon. That's Tempai on the 7-mon.
We do see that Aragaki is out. Totally fair, playing defensively here from 2nd place. You don't want to be the one to deal into this. This could be bad.
Neither Riichi player will deal into each other, but Matsushima is the sort of wild card here, and she'll fight with the 3-so.
Gee, how many? Oh, there's a 9. That 7's never coming out. So that's 2 7s I'm counting. I'm just going to quickly check to see how many of these we see. 3. So is it 1 tile for everybody?
I believe so.
I believe there's 1 8 left and 1 7 left. Oh.
Very low odds. But it's somewhere. And if it's in the live wall, it could be very scary.
Someone is going to draw this. Yes.
Matsushima will back away a little bit. Starts with the 5-mon. There's the 8.
Oh, there's the 8. But it's the player who's folding, so the 8's not going to come out.
3-so.
Which means that it's all about that 7-man then.
Although, Matsushima broke Tempai, so 7 doesn't even deal in anymore.
Oh, in that case, I guess we're going to exhaustive more.
Or, well...
Unless...
there's this thing called Haite, or Hute. She can't win on the last discard.
That drop. I don't like reading into other players, but like when you see the almost the tile just gets like thrown.
Ishida had a couple of those, perhaps a little bit of nerve. I don't know, like she's definitely, this is a bad way Riichi. Chase, it's an incredibly important hand. I might be a little bit shaky if I was discarding tiles.
Absolutely.
This is almost, Ishida's, position right here. If she can win this hand, it is so massive, it could be game defining. Similarly,
but I do believe we are going to be going to exhaustive draw.
Last tile 8-pin. How many 6s are out? 1, 2, 3 visible from her perspective. It's 1 chance, but none cut. Might be too much to try. At this
Matsushima, the
score.
I know I'm an aggressive player. I might have been tempted to, and this is the kind of thing that I end up dealing into. Like this is where I end up throwing an entire game by getting a bit too aggro right at the end. The players will see that they're waiting on the same tile.
A bit of a smile there from Osaki.
Yeah.
And the risk.
And because the dealer was Tempai, we get to do another redeal.
Absolutely. 2 Riichi sticks, 2 Honba. Once again,
it's been a relatively low-scoring game, so these Riichi sticks are going to count.
Every hand matters now, and South 3, in my mind, is the most important hand of every game. So you're really trying to set yourself in a good position for South 4. Once you get to South 4, your conditions are set. You play to meet those conditions. But in South 3, there's some flexibility in what those conditions can even be. So, your push-pull decisions become extremely difficult in South 3.
That's fair, yeah. You can turn a really good position to a really bad one, or vice versa.
We saw in that
But
last
you
hand
do see a lot of speed here. All of these hands look very good. That looks especially terrifying, but we'll see how that develops over time.
Terribly fast here. Matsushima has that 1-2 so that's looking for a 3 so that's probably the slowest block in the hand. Aragaki here has callable tune, and I believe her position is good enough to be able to call for a relatively inexpensive hand and collect all those Riichi sticks and be in first going into all last.
Yes, you say relatively inexpensive, but given the situation, I think it's expensive enough.
That's true. It's no Mongon, but has opportunities just by placement change alone to be worth a lot more than 8,000.
This is where the stress starts. This is where you start sweating. This is where...
Tune discard, immediate call, as expected.
Yeah. 100%. As tempting as it is to try and consider that for a half flush instead of another hand, it's just not worth breaking that shape apart, given how close the scores are and given the pot, as you say. You got to keep that 3-4 pin. I was looking at that and I'm just like, in my head, I'm like, could I be tempted to cut that and go for it? No. No way.
Okay, there's another So tile. We might not be Honitsu, but how about Chinitsu? Full flush.
That certainly would make a very fun South 4 for them. If Aragaki can get that.
Okay, slight improvement here. We could even turn it to Toy Toy with a 3-pin pull.
Got to keep that option open. Okay.
And here, I think Osaki had, discarded the East early on, holding for the more tile acceptance rather than forcing a particular Yaku, that being Honitsu. But because she understands that even something as small as a Tateniu only, is good enough. And that's making all these decisions really difficult, because her draws are pushing her in the direction of Chinitsu, but she doesn't necessarily need to force that in order to have a good outcome. So it's really challenging. That's why she's spending some time thinking about these decisions. Ormond draw is huge for Ishida, massively improves the shapes. And how about this 8-so?
Oh my.
Well, it should be Chinitsu Ishanten. Matsushima with the door 2 can consider the 9-pin cut and does make the play for Tateniu. Everyone is trying to make their hand as speedy as possible. But Ishida gets there first.
And that is Tenpai on 3 sides. 3, 5, 6.
Oh, that feels like...
I don't think it's quite Tenpai yet.
Yeah, just a little bit short.
1 away. But if they can get this closed, Hanuman.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe more, if they're lucky. And reach. I don't think you reach that. If you've got a good weight, you just arm at the Hanuman, right? You go for the higher win rate.
Out.
But the 3 comes out.
Multi-sided weight. And that
and
is...
an error flip.
That's impressive. Reach Ipats Ura. It's going to be 7,700 plus 2 Honba plus the 2 Riichi sticks. And that is a big swing. Ishida will take over from Aragaki's position. And I believe with those Riichi sticks, she might even sneak up into first.
I swear, I use my commentator powers for good. I swear. I was cheering for her because she was behind. I didn't know.
Well, now she's ahead. Does that mean you have to swap?
Does that mean I have to shift someone else? Yeah, maybe.
Oh, I see. The score here on the table says 27-7 for both, but I believe there are a couple of Honba sitting on the table, so her score is a little bit larger. 28,000. Ishida has indeed taken the lead. We've got an East Dora indicator. Still, anyone's game.
I guess I'm contractually obligated to cheer for Aragaki now. You've got this. Those cats need your help.
That's a great high pie for her. She can play for the Honitsu, and that will be in the... I'll say this again, in the Dora suit. The East.
Yeah, exactly. I guess every Honitsu is in the Dora suit.
Exactly.
Given. Yeah, that works. Yeah.
So the one good thing about an Honotal Dora is every Honitsu is the Dora suit. But no one has a collection of Easts here. In fact, does anyone have the East? I missed them on the first pass through. I don't see any. Hole in the wall. Okay.
That's always going to be the fun question when you draw an East really late and you haven't seen any. Am I the first person to get this? Does someone already have a triplet? What's going on?
And,
hard decisions to make.
It's also going to be interesting to see how Ishida faces his hand after a big win like that. You sort of breathe a sigh of relief. But that doesn't mean it's time to stop fighting, right? You're still in the lead, but just barely. And wow! Incredible fill 3-pin will slam the Riichi.
There's the first East. But yes, when you are in the lead as dealer, but only by a little bit, you know that any sumo, even if you don't deal in, will get you out of that position. You could take a first to third, even, if someone else wins a big enough sumo. If the right player wins a big enough sumo, certainly. Like, say, if Osaki wins this, you would be in third place, more than likely.
And that Riichi is definitely going to make things tough. It's a dealer Riichi with... Oh, East comes out. Well, that makes it a little bit easier to fight.
Yes. Yeah, they have to discard it. They are in reach. The weight is awkward, but given how close the scores are, and given that they're first to Tempai, I totally understand it. Yeah,
especially early in the game, I think it's fairly standard to slam a Riichi +1 like this, Riichi plus Ipeko in this case, even though it's an awkward weight. This late, it still is applying so much pressure, especially because it's the dealer.
I think on average, it is always the best move to reach an early cheap hand.
Yes.
I think if you have, was it 3 or more hand, it's sometimes better to Dama. But in this situation, if we're just talking pure expected value, pure average points scored, it's the right move to do. But it is risky. We'll see.
Some dancing. Very easy job for Ishida here. Just draw, look at discard. There's only one tile you have to consider. One of those drawn.
So 3 makes this reach. And I guess the other bad thing about this, unfortunately for them, is that everyone, well, maybe not so much anymore, but I was about to say everyone can use the 7. There's a second of the 4.
All these middle so tiles. We could have used those in another world. It's impressive everyone's been able to maintain a position this close to Tempai.
Yeah, I don't feel good about cutting 4 or 6 pin here.
Yeah, probably considering 9 pin, but nothing indicates that's safe. Wow, Chundra! Aragaki will fight for this. And this feels like a must-win for Aragaki right now. 5-8 so versus 7 pin.
Just a bit of counting.
Matsushima holding on to this 5 pin. Wait. Oh. I don't know that Khan is correct here, but is the Tumon safe? Okay, we'll just hold the Tempai. So tense right now. That early dealer Riichi.
I believe it is 2v2. Both of them have 2 tiles remaining. I was just doing a little count while it was going around.
Did she find the 5? No, it's the 7.
2v1. Unless that 7 comes out.
She's 50-10 on the 8 pin.
Yeah, there's definitely an argument for it's always one of those interesting situations, right? Because if you do play the 4 early, you're setting up a Suji trap on that 7, right? But also you're denying the option of drawing the 3. So it's a really tough decision for me to make. And I feel like every time I'm playing, I get it wrong. I feel like
in this case, I think it came out just because it was safe to the Riichi, but the 5, well, that wasn't going to be a run anyway. Not without a Riichi, and the Riichi she would have dealt in already, so good Dama.
There's the last 7.
So Ishida cannot win now, unless it's discarded by one of the players who's drawn it already, and I don't think that's happening. Cannot we see a 5-8 so? 8 so!
There's the 8. Oh.
A big swing back. No Ura.
No Ura today.
Riichi Chun.
You know, I should stop saying I'm cheering for people because they start winning. Let's stop doing that. Let's stop
Well,
doing that.
it's making the game extremely close and exciting. So perhaps this is absolutely the way to play, or way
Friday
to
the 13th
commentate.
commentator.
Absolutely.
Friday the 13th commentator luck. Let's.
Well, this is going to send us to an all last that will be extremely close.
Yes, I believe it's a situation where anyone can win. If they can make one big hand or one very small hand, depending on who you are, of course.
That was a 50 fu as well. So with a Riichi stick, with a Honba, Aragaki will have picked up quite a few points.
Goodness me.
We can see the scores. I see a lot of twos. This is so close for all last. Anyone can take the and you know what? Because anyone can take first, this is where I think we're just going to see full aggression.
Yeah, no. It's one of the situations where either you play really defensively and just say, I'll get second place, that's fine, or you just have to go for first. And given the format has that ochre, that sort of ante, you want to get that first place. It's worth so many points compared to just taking a second here. So yeah, you have to go for it. You have to.
Absolutely. The only way you don't is if someone has an early tempai and your hand is so abysmally far from tempai that you just cannot conceivably fight. But this is early Ishanten for Ishida. Does she trust the 7-pin again? She'll hold on to that block for the time being.
Yes, as Pez was saying in chat, Asaki's hand is very good.
And of course,
and they're one of the few people who don't need huge amounts of value. Although I do believe, actually, wait, hang on, I should check this.
I was going to say the same
thing. If the dealer
thing.
is ahead at the end of all last, does the game continue?
My instinct is yes. Oh, that's a door draw for Osaki again.
Dealer may not end the game with a win. Yeah, no. So even if Osaki wins this, they still have to continue in South 4 Honba 1. So you want to go some value. You can't just take a small win here, if you can help it at least.
Yeah, after drawing that second door, Ishida was faced with a very interesting decision regarding whether to cut the 3-pin and play for the Ishanten with the overlapping acceptance in the Sozu. There's a 3-3-4-4 shape. She needs the 2-so, 5-so twice. Or she could hold on to the 3-pin and play for a potential Tanya, which is a little more callable. Oh, even this is tough.
She just sounds really interesting, right? Because you've got that 7, 8, 8, 9, 9. But I don't think Pure Sequence on its own is going to be worth enough. If they did draw the 7, get Pure Sequence and Pinfu, then they have more than enough value with Reach to get in. But I don't know how I'd feel about just reaching on the 7, so if that option arises. It's awkward.
Osaki faced with another decision just then. You saw her spend some time on that. If you keep the 5-mon, there's a world where you drop the door later for Tempai, but also she has acceptance in the Pinzu to be able to get rid of that overlapping Sozu acceptance. Very, very interesting spot. And she draws the Tempai. And now Riichi Dama, that's a great question. She slams, of course.
Of course. Especially as dealer. Make a statement. If I win this, I'm out of here in first, hopefully.
5,800 is not a bad haul, but 12,000 is certainly a lot better.
So the other question is, with that Riichi stick, that technically puts their score down to 25.2, right? Is that danger zone for potentially being last if someone wins a big sumo? Because you always have to think about that when you're a dealer, right?
That's
if
a good
someone
point.
sumos a Mangan and you end up paying 4,000 instead of 2,000, and then you add the Riichi stick, maybe you'll end up tied with Aragaki. That would be really sad. That would be so sad.
Yeah, that was... We saw Matsushima immediately back away. She says, you know what? If this goes to you, Kyoku, I'll have another chance to get back into first place. But Aragaki might be close enough where she thinks about pushing. And Ishida certainly had a flexible way of pushing. After drawing the 4-pin, she had safe 7-so to discard and can play for Chitoi.
I think it's just really good positional play, right? Because from first place, you don't really... I mean, you obviously want to get first in an ideal world, but if you end up second, that's okay. Whereas you do not want to be fourth. That's the worst case. The third and fourth are going to go... Of course, they're going to be slightly more aggressive to try and change their fate. Because if you deal in, you're already in last place. What's the penalty?
Mm.
It's like maybe 4 or 5 points. Whereas if you win, it could be plus 20, plus 30 maybe.
Exactly.
A lot to win, not a lot to lose. So we're going to hopefully see some really good, some real aggression here. But we'll see.
Yeah, what we're seeing right now is, because it's a dealer reach, players are on the more defensive side, but still playing for the Chitoi out. 7 pairs always possible. One pit a little bit too much for Ishida to push, and so she'll go west-west.
Reasonable. Because even if Osaki is Tenpai, because she's reached, you know that you're going to get a repeat if it's just no 10.
Yes.
Which is, huge. I think you just said that you just said that, didn't you? Yeah.
But it's worth repeating. We've got, still players thinking about Chitoi, but if they don't get there, if we do go to Ryukyoku, Osaki will pick up probably 3,000 points, leave a reach stick in the table, and that will be added to the difficult computations that players will have to make. Atsumo!
There it is.
The Ipeiko as well.
Did not flip Eridora, but that's absolutely fine. I would not be complaining about that. Huge win. The game isn't over, though.
It isn't over, but it certainly feels like in terms of who's getting first place. Riichi, Tsumo, Pinhu, Ipeiko, Dora. That's 18,000 points. 6,000 all.
Oh. I did say this was a low-scoring game, and I'm. You know what? If I'm going to be proven wrong at any time, all last is the perfect moment to prove me wrong.
Osaki blows ahead. Shows why she's made the final table before. Great play. And, well, as you said, the game's not over yet. There's still a lot to play for. Even if, you can't build a hand to overtake Osaki for first, still, second place up for grabs.
And you never know. You can still actually.
Yeah.
Okay, it's gonna take some doing to get overtake, but it could happen.
Let's take a look at these high pines. See if
Unlikely
anything fancy's happening. Dora 4.
I do think Kuso as the first discard is very interesting from Matsushima.
That's a lot of pairs from Osaki. Yeah, Tuso, it may be a Kokushi attempt.
I believe it might be. Yes.
3 away
Dora
from
2,
Tenpai.
though. That Dora 2 it's gonna be obvious when the Dora come out. What's going on here? But then maybe obvious doesn't matter if you're the one who wins it, Just draw it.
Right. It usually happens for these Kokushi hands. Eventually it becomes obvious what you're doing, but, other players are powerless to stop it. They just have to hope you don't draw Tenpai. Wow.
One way of stopping it would be to have to have 3 of the 4 9-sos in your hand and not tell anyone. That'd be one way of stopping it. For sure. If you can get all 4 of them, I suppose now's a good time as any to check to see if a closed count of terminals can be run for orphans. I don't believe so.
Most rule sets will not allow that in terms of competitive rule sets.
It used to be the case, but it's not anymore.
This is Tenpai.
It sure is. And there's the reach.
Incredible.
4-7 man. From the dealer. They don't even need to reach this, but you know what? It's Tenpai, it's early. Go for it, I suppose.
Yeah, such a big lead now. You might as well try to extend that as far as you can. And when I have so many pairs in hand, I'm not really thinking I'm going to draw Tenpai this early. I have less faith in drawing triplets, but wow.
It is certainly less likely, but sometimes it can happen. 4-7 looking right now. We do see 3 of the 4s in those 2 players' hands. But I don't think people are going to mind too much. If nothing else, it definitely asks a question of these players. Makes a threat.
And again, with the chance at second place up for grabs here, there's a little bit of incentive to fight if you're close enough, but you don't want to deal into a dealer reach. That would be a tragedy in most cases, especially if they have Dora.
So yes, by my count, I see 3 4s, 1 7, meaning that there are 4 tiles left for this reach. So it's actually looking pretty good, all things considered.
I would happily take 4 tiles live in the wall.
This early? Absolutely, and there it is.
Reach Sumo, 40 fu.
No error flip. But you're not going to complain about that. You're not going to complain about that.
Tidy
Just
sum.
keep breaking those points in. Just keep taking them. They're all yours now.
1,300 all becomes 1,400 all, and the number keeps getting bigger for Osaki. A smile as we exchange points.
Yeah, I'd be smiling like that too if it were me. I'm not gonna lie.
You could certainly feel a lot more comfortable when you've got such a large lead.
Especially once, yeah, because she played this game from behind the entire game until that one. So yes, definitely. Just being able to be comfortable, but also, wait, no, I'm getting my players confused, aren't I?
Yeah, she had she was definitely battling for first and second for quite a while, and Ishida and Aragaki were going back and forth, but she could at least breathe a sigh of relief. Osaki, the dealer, the other players, still the tension is huge for them because the gap between, fourth place and third place is 300. The gap between fourth place and second place is a mere, 4,800 points, and there's 2 Honban now.
That's a good point. If anything, the gaps have gotten closer because now there's an extra 300 points available for the winner of this hand. And that is fast from Matsushima. She doesn't need value, she just needs to win first to confirm that second place.
Osaki still with a nice high pie as well. Could make Tanya, but she'll hold this east for a while.
I think that's totally fair, honestly. Even if at some point, interesting, we have a call of 9.
That is the Dora. And Aragaki is sending a signal. I've got the value. What is the Yaku?
Yes. The range of hands that can be quite small, but at the same time, how lucky are you feeling?
Really gambling on the White Dragon being discarded here. It's hard to pass up Dora 3 immediately, and I think, especially in the early rounds, I'd be quite happy to make this play.
Yeah, calling before Yaku, it is a risk, but honestly, I think that's absolutely fine. To hope that you get your Yaku to be confirmed later. There's also a chance they could draw the Red Dragon as well, and then have a Yaku either way.
Right.
But being Atazuke, they call it, is totally allowed in this rule set.
Yeah, something for all the players to consider. Osaki has no need to deal into this, so she's going to speed forward for a Tanya. But if she draws something bad like a dragon tile that hasn't come out yet, she might just hold it forever and go to Ryukyoku. Just go to the end of the hand.
I can see that, yeah.
Matsushima.
Being last dealer is... It's a strangely empowering but also terrifying thing, right? You have control about whether you want this game to continue or whether you want it to end. And so I'm sure that Osaki will make it end on her terms, if at all possible.
For sure. Matsushima also can just stay away if she draws a bad Yakuhai tile. But Ishida cannot, because if it goes to Ryukyoku and Ishida is not Tempai, then she will probably get 4th place.
Yes, exactly. Okay, we've seen one of the White Dragons, we've seen all of the Reds now. But that White Dragon, I think you're absolutely right. We're not going to see it come out.
Now, Matsushima is Ishanten, and if she draws to Tempai, she'll have a very difficult decision. But now, another call for Osaki, who could continue her winning ways here with a 4-7 so wait for Tanya.
I will say one thing, though. The 2 calls that have been made are in Sozu. How's their discards looking, actually? It doesn't necessarily look like a half-flush set of discards, because we do see quite a lot of on-tiles pretty early.
Mm-hmm.
But there hasn't been a single Sozu discard there for their entire hand so far, so maybe people might be taking that as a little bit of a warning sign and not be discarding 4-7. We'll see.
So here's a question. If the 8-pin comes out, you could, in theory, call 8-pin and discard the 7-mon. Doesn't change your hand at all, just swaps around which is your pair and which is your triplet, but it will reveal to the rest of the table that you are not Shinizu.
Exactly, yes. I wouldn't do that, personally.
It feels wrong to do, but it's an interesting thought.
Actually, maybe instinctually I wouldn't do it, because it feel like I'm giving up on safe tiles.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Because obviously, if the 8 passes that player and that player then chooses to Riichi later, you then know you have 2 safe tiles to fold against them with. But I understand, especially if you had a lot of Dora going to try and trick people, or at least convince them otherwise of your plans. I think that's fair, actually. It's something I hadn't considered, but I like it.
Tenpai for
Tenpai.
Aragaki. Looking for that white...
on that white dragon.
But I think Ishida has drawn one, is folding out. Matsushima as well knows that it's the white dragon and also just folding away here.
That is the one problem with calling early, especially calling something like a 9. There are really only so many hands so many Yaki your hand can have. And a good player will be looking at that call and be thinking like, yep, I understand. This is what you need.
This is very challenging for Ishida to play because she really wants to be Tenpai, understanding that although Osaki is Tenpai right now, she could just break Tenpai at any moment and let the game go to an exhaustive draw and end by not being Tenpai.
Exactly. Ooh, a chance for all triplets. Get a bit more value there. I love how she put the 6 on the other side of the hand.
Right, yeah.
Just to really add extra confusion in case anyone's paying attention to what side of the hand your tiles are put into.
And the 6 of just came out too.
Oh, actually, yes, good point. But yes, definitely for the crowd. I don't know if there are rules on how you got to display your hand, but by the time the direct draw came around, the 6s were together again.
I think I like doing that too. You know, if I'm making weight change, I don't want to put the towel right next to my weight. That sort of gives up the gig. The 5's back. Okay. It would be hilarious now to drop the 6 so. Go back to
that would have been very
weight.
Interesting. Oh, there's the last white dragon. But they're not coming out. Even as a pair, I doubt they're coming out.
Yeah, she can consider trying to hold Tenpai. At least try to find Tenpai. How do they feel about
2-pin? It's safe to 2 players, but maybe not the one person they're worried about.
She can see 3-4 pins, but Toy Toy is still a possibility and a little bit too hard to push, I think.
Honestly, very reasonable. So the real question here is, will Osaki break Tenpai at the very end? I think honestly, yes. But I could see this going to another repeat.
Yeah, there's very little risk of losing first place if you hold on, but someone could, Tsumo Mangan and you could lose out on some points.
Oh no, they keep it. Keep it, Tenpai.
All right. Just going to try to keep pressing forward.
So another 1,500 points for the dealer here. I feel sorry for the other players on this table.
By holding the Tenpai, she's giving them a chance, right?
And then, that's also true. That's true. The game isn't over. It's never over until it's actually over. But yeah, we'll see.
All right, another tension-filled South 4. How many repeats is this? We're up to 3?
I think this is 3.
Yeah.
Yes, I think it feels like 3. 3.
That looks like a nice high-pie. See some connected Monzu tiles. Monzu, I should say.
But yes, a really good result for Aragaki, though, being Tenpai, pulling it just a little bit further away from Ishida. Also, very close to Matsushima as well. So that was definitely a situation where just keeping your nerve, being Tenpai, to get 1,100 points, 3,000 point swing on the other 2 players. If that happens one more time, they will have overtaken, so definitely be aggressive here, if you can. If you think it's safe. Which is like the least aggressive way of saying be aggressive, I know, but you know what I mean?
Well, some very exciting hands here all across the board. I saw 2 Dora in Matsushima's hand, each pair in Osaki's hand. And, of course, with the Hompa, the scores are close enough that most wins will allow exchange of points. Aragaki, for sure, with any hand win, will surpass Matsushima. I think Ishida's gap here is 3,300, so even with 900, she'll need a 2-han hand. But Matsushima just needs any win. She will open up with Haku.
And I would absolutely be taking that as well. This is one of these situations where, in a real game, this is where I make mistakes. Because I see the gap slowly closing, I start panicking. And it really is about keeping a nerve sometimes. Like, Mahjong, sometimes the real enemy is yourself, if that makes sense.
What a fantastic draw. Oh! Look at this play.
Oh.
3-so.
I do like that. Just to try and hide the fact that your weight's going to be around that 3-so later.
Yeah, 1-so, 3-so, the 2's going to look really safe. And, you know, if she had a better alternate pair with the 3-3-4 and the 2-mon currently, if the 2-mon wasn't the Dora, I think she might hold the maximum efficiency, but she just doesn't believe that the 2-mon's going to come out. And it's not when Ishida has a pair.
Yeah, no, exactly.
So she
Potential
will...
all simple switch, interestingly enough.
Yeah, it could be Chitoi.
I know that 1-2-3 is awkward, but could also be Chitoi, absolutely.
Ishida with a lot of opportunity in this hand. Oh, that's a nice fill for Aragaki.
One away from Tenpai, hopefully finding a pair first, but there is... Oh no, that's not quite a Riichi yet. No. Just one away.
Moves us away from Chitoi, so back towards a normal hand.
But I don't think I worry about that. So, they're waiting on 2-5 pin after discarding 3 and 4 pin. They're waiting on 2-5-so after discarding 1 and 3-so.
Definitely.
Can you get away any more masked than that?
Chi into Tenpai. 2-5 pin the weight. 2 calls Huge. In. You're probably suspecting Tenpai, especially if you go back in the discards and read that early so cut. The player had to be confident in their shapes.
Either really very, very confident or the least confident person in the world. But given how it's all last, yeah, you got to assume people are attacking. You can't just fold in all last. That'd be boring.
Play slows down just a tad bit as players reconsider what they're willing to push.
Let's actually count some tiles, see how many are left in the board for Sumo.
So in the clear, all the door have been drawn. Ishida with the other pair is fighting.
Oh, Tateniu has been unlocked. They can open their hand if they want to now.
And there it is, the Tenpai. And the slam from Ishida. Riichi door 2, waiting Sanzo.
So by my count, I think there's 3 tiles left in the 2-5 pin weights. How is 3-so looking?
We know there's 1 discarded, 1 in the call of Matsushima.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is going to pose...
3 versus 2. That's okay, go on.
It poses a difficult question to Matsushima. You know, if she draws something bad and deals in, she'll drop to 4th most likely. And if she just does nothing and folds away, she'll at least be 3rd, but might lose 2nd.
And the other thing is, if you do nothing, even if you don't deal in, even if they don't win, just being Tenpai means you're going to lose 3,000 points of gap, maybe more, depending on how many other players Tenpai. But yes, it's awkward. You really can't not attack.
There's
the 3-so comes in.
Sanzo Tsumo Ura as well. Riichi Tsumo door 2 Ura.
I think with door 2, that's got to be enough for Ishida to
for sure.
Even jump to 2nd.
She will claim 2nd place here. Sanzo wins again.
What an amazing comeback.
Incredible comeback. She fought so much in this game too. Multiple chasing Tenpais, chasing Riichis.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
This one pays off.
A lot of battles.
2nd place for Ishida with the plus 2.9. Matsushima will get the 3rd, and Aragaki was in 3rd place before that final hand, but did get taken over in the end. And of course, we have our standings from before that game will be updated. Well,
how is that
by the end of the broadcast.
With Osaki winning this, Osaki from the Hokkaido fan meeting. Oh, Hokkaido fan meeting wins even more points. I see. Well, good for them, showing their strength, keeping that lead going. But will that continue in the next 2 games? But that Hanuman, though, that dealer Hanuman.
Oh, that was brilliant.
That was huge. And some really, really good play. Honestly, even near the end there, that defensive play. Well, people are just trying to sneak ahead. I I do love the amount of times we saw players switch to Chitoi because they're actually just folding, but also still had a way of maybe getting back in. I love that. That's great. That's what I try and do, but it never works out for me. But when seeing a professional do it, it's like, oh, that's so cool.
I think that's one of the most impressive things that I've picked up from watching the play of the Yukan Fuji Cup. Not only this game, but also all the games that we saw yesterday. Is just no one really ever fully gives up. There's always a chance to get back into Tenpai to keep that option alive, but do so safely. I think that's a really good lesson learned. My favorite hand from this game, I think, was the Riichi with both players on the 8-mon and dealer chase.
Yes. The 8-mon versus 7-mon. Ah,
8-mon versus
that
8-mon
was so
versus
unfortunate
7-mon.
for the 8. So unfortunate for the 8-mon powers because honestly, yeah, when we saw that last 8-mon get drawn, it's like, oh, this was an exciting battle. With head bump, only one of them could have won, even if it was discarded. But yeah. What a brilliant game, though. That was really fun.
Absolutely fantastic. And we will have more. 2 more games yet to play.
Indeed. I will be dropping out for the next game and being replaced by, I believe, Gemma Sakamoto.
Welcome,
Gemma.
You don't usually get the full name.
Sorry, Sakamoto.
Yeah, Sakamoto. It's,
Moto.
it's a lot of syllables if you use the proper pronunciation.
But yeah, I've had a lot of fun, and I hope the next game is just as fun. I'll be lurking. But yeah, have a good one, everybody.
Thanks very much, Chiral. See you in a future stream, and welcome, Gemma.
Chiral's name. I am an absolute dummy. How are you doing, Nathanael?
I'm doing very well, especially after that first game. It was quite a fun watch.
Yeah, I only caught the end of it, unfortunately, but I could tell it had been an exciting game just from hearing the two of you.
Well, the end of it
recap it.
certainly was the most exciting part to catch. I mean, it was, South 3? By the end of South 3, moving to South 4, they were all at 20,000 plus points. No one had jumped ahead. It was South 4 where Osaki came out with a huge Hanematsumo as dealer.
Wow. I mean, that's the thing I love about Mahjong is that, it's exciting to the very end. It's rarely that you see someone, unless they've done something like 4 Yakuman in a row,
Right.
someone has pulled out so far ahead that there isn't a comeback opportunity for someone on the table.
And even then, after someone pulls out way ahead, there still is usually an exciting battle for second place, third place.
Exactly.
Always something to play for.
There's always something's always giving in Mahjong, that's for sure. I guess I have some news that the World Riichi Championship 2025 Tokyo website is now live, only in Japanese, unfortunately. The English is coming shortly behind, so if you are wanting to have a gander at the sort of aesthetics that we're going for next year and the event venue, it's at the Nihonbashi Mitsui Hall. But you can see the site at wrc2025tokyo.com. As I said, it is in Japanese, but I'm pretty sure your Google Translate plugins will work effectively on Chrome. Certainly enough so that you can get the gist. English hopefully will be coming very, very shortly.
Yeah, I think I saw that announcement last night, and it looks fantastic, the website. It's definitely drumming up some excitement.
The website does look fantastic. Yeah, I'm blown away by it. I didn't do it. I was just involved. But yeah, it's our best website to date. So hopefully it's a good portent that it will be the best event to date as well.
I've shared the link in the chat if anybody wants to take a peek. Right there for you.
Please do. And we have special X account, so we call it X now, X or Twitter, WRC Tokyo 2025 1 for the English account, and we'll be updating information there and giving you tidbits on what you can expect. I will also start moving that onto Threads or Blue Sky, because I understand some people might not be able to access X from where they're from nowadays.
I see.
The way the internet is going these days, it's bizarre, isn't it?
Really is, but you know what? Having more venues to spread the good news about Mahjong is going to be a great thing.
Precisely, thank you. You been doing any interesting Mahjong recently, or have you just been doing the Yukan Fuji?
Just recently, it's session 6 in the American Riichi Mahjong League, so that's of course the most exciting part of the league where everyone gets their final standings. Unfortunately, my first couple games for Session 6 didn't go my way, so it's going to be a very tense final 2 games to decide if I get to stay in A1 or not. But
Oh wow, that is tense. How many people get demoted then? Is it?
it's 5 players, and
Wow.
there are like 7 players within 5 points of each other right at the cut line.
Oh, 5 players. They're not messing around in that league.
No, this I think one of the lowest
harsh.
cut lines that we've had. We've been having sessions for almost 3 years now. So there's one session that had an incredibly low cut line, but this is going to be the second lowest, I'm sure, and it's going to be really thrilling. So at American Riichi on Twitch is where you can find all the action there. But
Yeah.
WRC wise, my Ronald games were exciting. I was talking to Chiral earlier about playing at a fencing tournament. I was watching my sister, and it was really, really very interesting trying to play from my cell phone, but I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, yeah. I could never play on my cell phone. I don't know whether my fingers are too fat, but I do enough misclicks just on my laptop. I couldn't do it on my cell phone as well.
I certainly had a couple misclicks, but the games were good.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, it's a tough field, that's for sure, and it's just getting tougher. Everyone's just getting better. It's not getting easier for us. So I guess we're moving on to game 2.
Absolutely. We can take a peek at
Yeah, so the teams are completely the same, but some of the players are switching out. I see that we've got Little here, the beauty salon, the logo that freaked me out so much last night.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, look at that logo. Does it not look like it's from Silent Hill?
Oh, maybe that font. I
Yeah,
actually
I mean,
I never played that series, so I don't have the same
Oh, really?
association.
Okay, it's like The Shining. Like that's how they like scratched red rum into the wall. But like when they have the logo on the screens, they don't have that little cute comb and scissors on the hair salon bit. It's just Little. It's
I
creepy.
see.
Anyway, Little was back on the table, and we also have the 3 Hours channel, and I can't quite make out the katakana. Is it Gatinha?
Gatinha, yeah.
Gatinha? Oh, is it nya? Like
Yeah,
like
that's
why it's
true.
got a cat
Gatinha.
on it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I was like, oh no, it's not an English word, it's not a Japanese word. I'm gonna have to brace myself for this. We got through it. And then we also have the Hokkaido Mahjong fan meeting. So same 4 teams as you watch play the first game. But as I said, our players have switched out a bit. So in first place is Asami Ishida. I love this girl, by the way. We were in league together a lot, and she's just super sweet. So I love watching her play. She's a lot of fun. Mayu Fujikawa is our first dealer. Sorry, I should have gone to the dealer first. Mayu Fujikawa is our first dealer, representing Mahjong 3 Hours channel. Asami Ishida is in our south seat. Sakiku Tezuka, who is also in JPML, she is in the north seat, representing Hokkaido Mahjong fan meeting. So Sakiku and Jenn are actually really good friends. So maybe a shame that Jenn isn't commentating today. She might have some cute little tidbits to reveal to us, but alas. And then in the west seat is Asu Hoshino for Gatinha. And she is from the Nihon Pro Mahjong Association, so Kyokai, if you're liking your Japanese names. Asami Ishida was second in the first game, I understand.
Yes.
So she goes in with 2,900 points already. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what sort of energy she brings to her next game then.
Absolutely. I'm also looking forward to seeing Asu Hoshino. I want to see that shirt, see if it has a 2-pin on it, just as the previous player from Gatinha had, or if it is a different Mahjong tile. I'm very curious now. And you
really?
You mentioned that Sakiku Tezuka was a friend of Jenn's. Perhaps it was Jenn performing or asking the questions, because we got a small interview with her. Perhaps we can share that with the viewers, a little bit of background information about Sakiku, and also the team. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Wonderful.
ハートランドと北海道ファンミーティングっていう2つに分かれてて、で、私は北海道ファンミーティングチームの方に入ってます。構成は、もともとは、黒沢咲ちゃんと、大崎初音ちゃんと私の3人チームだったんだけど、咲ちゃんが、M リーグとかいろんな関係で出れなくなって、それで、草原優ちゃんを新しくメンバーに迎えて、もう何期だろう。多分、3、4、5、結構やってる。結構、うん。そうだな、まだね、一回も組優勝したことがなくて、だから、まずは組優勝目指してます。ゆうちゃんが一節目3連投してくれたんだけど、すごいスタートダッシュを決めてくれて、今、一人、1チーム浮きの北海道ファンミーティングチームが、今、首位になってます。で、私が2節目で、もうなんか本当3.5ポイントとか、ちょっとしかプラスできなかったんだけど、一応プラスで、まだ首位を保ってる感じかな。とりあえずプレーオフに行きたい。というか、一回もまだ行ってない。めちゃめちゃね、出場させてもらってるにもかかわらず、まだプレーオフも一回も行けてないという、とても相性の悪い大会なので。男性はね、でも本当にね、有観富士ではね、全然成績を残せてなくて、だから個人でもなんとか行きたいとは思ってます。聞いてないかな、ルールは。だいたいやっぱり A ルールでセットすることが多いから、有観富士ルールではあんまりやってないけど、でも、連盟の WRC とか、まに出てるから、そのぐらいかな。まずは、組優勝して、チームの足を引っ張らないように頑張ります。
Fantastic little interview there with Sakiku Tezuka. I believe it was Jenn posing the questions, and I can't help but want to root for her and her entire team now.
Yeah. I love the comments about the rule sets as well. I think that's a great insight because it's even as an observer, it's always worth noting the rule set that they're playing because it does really change in subtle ways, maybe. How people push or pull.
Yeah, that's one of the things I actually quite enjoy about playing Mahjong is there's, even within Riichi Mahjong, Japanese rule set, there are subtle differences in the different leagues or different tournaments, and it adds a little spice to the game. Your push-pull, as you mentioned, or what types of hands you're willing to call open for, all sorts of fun little differences that really add some excitement to the game. And noted that we're playing with the Mondo TV rules. So Oka is a big thing a big talking point. Playing for first is a really big goal here. Of course, having played with the JPML A rules, she will be familiar without the red fives, which seems to be becoming. It seems to be kind of a tournament standard, but red fives are getting a little bit popular now, at least online.
I think they make for a better spectator sport. Personally, especially with M League and all of that, I think people like their red fives. I'm not a big fan personally. As a player, I think I prefer a no red five rule set. However, do you understand it's more fun to watch?
For sure,
Volatility.
I feel like similarly, I've always played better with without red fives. But lately I've been playing more and more with red fives, and have started acclimating to that play style. So I want to be able to at least play. I want to be able to play well in both with and without red fives. I think any rule set. I want to be good in any rule set.
That's what I said. It's a high ambition. I wish you luck.
Well, it's still a work in progress. It might be a very long challenge. But let's see. Moments away from being able to start game number 5. Any final thoughts?
Final thoughts.
Anything
Big
looking
question.
forward to?
Do you know what? I always find the beginning of these games really slow.
Okay.
Everyone's at the same point, right? I know that they've been playing for a while, but we're still quite early in the Yukan Fuji season. So agendas and objectives haven't really been solidified yet. But I really like in games as you go into South and things have happened, and people start having needs, and that's where the tension comes from. That's where the excitement of watching Mahjong is. And kind of to our previous point about red fives, Mahjong is increasingly becoming a spectator game. I think there was an interesting white paper from the government that demonstrated that more people are watching Mahjong than playing it now, which is a real sort of turnaround.
That's
Look
great.
at the bubble economy era, lots of people playing Mahjong, lots and lots, right? But they've sort of entered this esport era where people watch.
Yeah, I find it difficult when I watch games. It just makes me want to play.
Do your fingers start getting itchy? 'Cause
I do. But you know what? I also enjoy watching because I get to experience all the excitement and drama without any of the pain of actually losing. When I'm watching, like, yeah, go push that tile, go for your Riichi, and then it deals in. It's like, oh, whatever, that's fine. I'm not the one dealing in, so.
Well, it's not me handing those point sticks over.
Exactly.
Knock yourselves out, kids.
All right, well, I think we're just about set up then for game number 5, and the second game of today's stream. Let's go ahead and check out how things will go here. Love seeing the background picture of the advertising background, the full table.
I find it very claustrophobic now. It seems very dark, bright lights. Everything's quite close in on you.
Yeah, and in my perspective, it feels cozy. Like it's tight and comfortable. Interesting. Two different.
It's because you're in a much bigger room, right?
That's
and then
true.
You're kind of screened off into a much smaller area. Which
I guess I've also never sat down at one of these tables. You probably have.
Yeah, I've sat down on this exact table they're playing with now.
You have a much better vibe of what the room feels like than I do.
I mean, I've only been on a TV table an occasional once or twice, and I do not enjoy it whatsoever.
That was actually a question we were asking about earlier because Asami Ishida was playing all 3 times for her team on the TV table, and we were wondering if maybe it was because some of the players were a little shy about being on television. I was saying, I certainly would be a little bit.
I think Ishida's very confident. I'd hope she's confident, but yeah.
Certainly in game 1, she was playing extremely confidently. I had multiple times where she was, in a pressure situation where she was chasing down a tenpai and was willing to take that fight, take that challenge. So it netted her a 2nd place.
This is interesting. Interesting hands already, straight out the gate. These people aren't messing around.
Absolutely.
So this is Hoshino. Yeah, and then we've already had a call here for a flush from Tezuka, Saki Tezuka. But this is 2 Dora there. Fujikawa's hand. It's the sort of hand you want to draw as dealer, right?
Absolutely.
two Dora straight away.
It was too good, in fact. Like, she had too many diamond shapes, had to choose which one to get rid of. Ended up cutting the 3-mon and the 2-mon.
Yeah, difficult choice I think she had there. That was not a... And the problem as well is if you have such a good deal, it feels really slow at the beginning, right? Because Less tiles improve your hand.
That's true.
Compared to if you've got complete shrapnel, basically anything then improves your hand, right? So you feel like progress is being made even though you started far, far back.
And perhaps rewarded for cutting away from that mon shape because she drew the 6-so, which means she can work towards an Ipeko in the upper Sozu, or even draw a third Dora and be Tenpai as well.
Did you catch the tile on this lady's shirt, by the way? I know you're interested in it.
My screen's a little bit small.
Okay.
I'm seeing.
Okay.
I'm hoping that we get a close up later on.
I think we'll get a close up in the
Perhaps
but
on her
our
dealership.
flesh hand there standing together.
I believe she filled a nice Kanchan shape. Oh, almost as if the camera knew what we were talking about and adjusts a little bit lower for us. If I'm dealer, I have a hard time hiding my anticipation.
So Hoshino's hand is not really going anywhere. I think she has to decide if she's doing something. Tezuka is, and that frustrating, not really drawing the tile she needs. And what does Ishida draw? No. Ishida hand looked like it was good, but it's going nothing.
Yeah, there's that awkward middle game where everyone is Ishanten, most everybody at least, and the tiles are not coming at a very quick rate.
I'm feeling frustrated for these people. I feel like something should have come together by now, but...
There it is for Ishida.
Is that Tenpai? Tenpai, yeah.
I believe that's a Riichi Pinshu.
I mean, it doesn't look like anyone else is managing to get their acts together, so it makes sense to sort of push and ask some questions of the table, whether they are in or out.
Nope.
Oh, Fujikawa's hand, it's really making me very sad to witness. You feel like it deserved better.
No hesitation on that 2-mon push, though. She knows she's got a hand worth fighting for. There it is, the Dora.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
Slams the 7-so Riichi.
Finally.
They Ajama wait in the Monzu.
Tezuka has a choice to make. I don't think she's going to push too hard now.
Yeah, perhaps not against the dealer Riichi.
No. Yeah, I think we're seeing some good defense here. And there's the 8-man that our dealer needs. I don't believe Tezuka's going to throw it for her.
Mon's in the dangerous suit here. 4-7 Mon versus 5-8 Mon. All those upper tiles and middle tiles dealing in.
The confidence in which these people pull their hands apart, it's always quite astounding to me. I always wow, she thought that was safe. That's
I believe that was the Riichi player.
Yeah.
And so no choice in the matter.
Okay. Okay.
Dealer, 12,000 points to start things off. That's the fast start you're looking for.
I saw the WRC logo in the back. Yay. Well done us. There used to be less logos circling around, so you used to see us a lot more. Now you have to wait a little bit.
More sponsors is always a good thing.
I don't know. It means less exposure for each individual sponsor, right? It's always a tough one, that one. You got to balance that. And again, Mahjong's becoming more and more sponsored.
Would love to see some big Mahjong sponsorship in the US. So far, it's not really gotten off the ground in terms of sponsorship, but definitely growing rapidly.
It's difficult to know. I mean, none of us are professionals in this, and let's be honest, people make their entire living from securing sponsorship for both ways, mediating sponsorship deals. And I always struggle to know how to make Mahjong an attractive sponsorship activity. It's not obvious to me yet.
Certainly appreciate the efforts that you put into answering that question.
We have had sponsorship. Yeah, we have had sponsorship things like, Mahjong I'm not sure how Americans say, is it ASICS? ASICS from Japan sponsored us for Vienna, which was absolutely amazing. That they were a really generous, really, really great sponsor. But yeah, it's those kinds of deals that I'd really be interested in securing more of.
Yeah, and Mahjong is becoming more and more international, as you well know. So maybe
Yeah.
sponsors who are looking to get their name out in the all around the world. There's
Yeah, and I think that the landscape's changing as well. There are a lot of micro influencers, people who have. I mean, someone told me if you've got 1,000 followers on Instagram, you could be worthy of being a micro influencer, which blew my mind that anyone would pay such a small someone with such a small following to do a promotion, but apparently it happens. So in that respect, we're still a micro sport when you look at the big sports. Obviously, your League of Legends, your Magic the Gathering,
Sure.
your football, soccer, all of that. We're tiny compared to that. However, we have a very devoted fan base,
indeed.
and we have their ear. So anyway, if you are an interested potential sponsor for Mahjong, reach out to me. I've got a proposal for you.
Very good.
I've managed to talk halfway through an entire hand now, so I'm sorry.
We've got an early call from our dealer. Ishida has an amazing Ishanten with Dora pair, Kutsuki shape, kind of acceptance all around the 5-mon and the 3-so, and a number of other so tiles will give Tenpai as well. Definitely, I feel like it's Ishida versus Fujikawa right now.
Ishida needs to make those points back as well. That's not a great start to it all, is it? That was a real confident whack of that reach.
That's what I'm saying.
Well.
We've seen a few of those from Ishida. This is also Tenpai. Can play the 5-pin or the 2-pin.
Oh, she followed again with another confident slam on the table. I like it.
Player's not afraid to take the fight.
Yeah, maybe some of these, maybe some of our non-Japanese players need to, because often, when you want to reach, everyone kind of like push your head forward and then kind of go reach in a really kind of, please don't call my tile.
In this case, it will be a deal from the chasing player. Ishida finds Riichi, Pinfu, Dora 2, and an Ura as well, or Mangan.
Great for her. My little tidbit about Asami Ishida is that she has some great style. I really like her fashion sense. I'd aspire to be her, but I don't think I can pull off that sort of Japanese fashion as well as she can.
I can certainly appreciate other players who have excellent fashion. I struggle with that myself, so.
But you see what I mean about that little logo? Now it's just small there. It's just creepy. I like her fashion sense. I don't like her team's logo. It's weird.
Could perhaps style it a little bit. The next one. Well, this high pie pretty strong for Hoshino. Might be able to come back here. Unfortunately, lacking the door. Well, actually, there's a 7-mon in hand. And a Diamond shape. So
we've had some quite large point exchanges actually.
Yeah.
Compared to the games I saw yesterday, it was quite tight. People are throwing these sticks to each other.
Now Riichi battles Mangan so far. Excellent draw for Tezuka.
And if Ishida has been playing quite aggressively, I think we can expect to see her even more aggressive on her dealership.
Yeah, Ishanten already for 7 pairs could end up waiting on the door itself. But I remember in the last game, she had a 7 pairs adjacent hand that she ended up turning into just a Riichi waiting on Sanzo, and she summoed that to pull ahead into second from 4th place. So Chitoi not necessarily a guarantee.
Yeah, Tezuka's not got a great hand, but how these people manage to spin straw into gold is always amazing to me.
Yeah, it feels like, even with challenging sets of tiles, you're never really out of it. They always seem to find a way to be able to fight. Okay, 1 pin. Definitely giving up on the half flush ideas.
Yeah, I have noticed a lot of these professionals at this level are not pushing flushes like you might expect at lower level play.
Mm-hmm.
Flushes are easy, right? And they look nice. But yeah, I think it's an over reliance maybe on the beginner intermediate level.
Sure, you have to rely on simply one suit, and at the higher level, it's easy to identify.
Oh, very easy. You're not going to be gifted a flush if you start calling it at this point.
Exactly. We saw a call there from Ishida as dealer to Monpom, and she moves 1 away from Tenpai for Tanya, Dora 1. Ooh. Well, that might be a draw that encourages a Dora discard if she can call the 6 Mon for Toy Toy Tenpai.
Mm. Hoshino is having to think there, indeed, exactly.
And as expected, the 2 pin call into Tenpai will not yield a Dora discard. No greed for Toy Toy necessary when you've got, 2 Han and a much wider weight.
Yeah. Especially as dealer. I mean, holding on to that dealership is just so strong.
Interesting. 1 away for 7 pairs Tenpai, but we'll give that up with a Force cut.
No. She'd have just gosh, I feel sorry for you. She's having to play around that obvious Tenpai in Ishida's hand.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's gonna dance around a little bit. No need to deal into, well, the dealer, who is going for a Tateniu, and the Dora is a 7. Especially if you have none in your own hand, definitely worry that there might be a pair or even a triplet.
And you watched the first game, so do you think that there was a sort of atmosphere set by Ishida?
Well, definitely.
You made a comment that she was aggressive.
Yeah, in the first half of the game, there was a bit of caution, I think. Whenever it got to end of second row, start third row, players would definitely err on the side of caution, even if there was no immediate, Riichi or open hand threat. Just the fear of a Dama Mangan was causing some caution. But as the game warmed up, Ishida was definitely taking the fight every chance she got.
Interesting. Yeah, I think sometimes people get a bit of a taste for blood as the game proceeds, right?
For sure. And it was kind of up and down. I think she was in 4th early on and then came back with a nice win, dropped back down to 4th again, came back with a nice win.
Wow. Very volatile then. That's the if you're gonna play aggressively, you need to have that confidence that you're gonna drop suddenly, and but if you keep playing aggressively, you can go back up. I think sometimes the problem is people they just change too quickly between aggression and non-aggression, and not at the right times. If you see what I mean,
yeah.
They get aggressive, they lose big, and then they pull back. And you're like, no, you have to keep going now.
Right, exactly. I think that's where I've always failed at the super aggressive style. Ooh, that's technically Tenpai, but I don't think you want to drop. You drop the 5 mon or the 7 mon. Neither look good here.
No, you don't do that. This hand, it's too late, Fujikawa. You don't have time to make it as beautiful as you hope. Yeah, maybe a Chitoi if she's lucky.
Still a draw left. Hope for that final pair. Oh, she finds it.
She got it. Now can she throw the 7 pin? This is where I become frustrated. I can't see the discards to see what she might be thinking.
Not a lot of middle pins have been cut, but she'll chance it.
She's gonna do it. Okay.
Why not? A risk-free con.
Yeah.
Rinshan chance.
Why is the camera like that?
2 players Tenpai. Well done to find Tenpai from...
The 2-pin is
North
on Gatinha's t-shirt there for you.
Oh, it is the 2-pin, so I suspect all the players have the 2-pin. I was thinking it'd be rather entertaining if all the players put their favorite tile on there. Who knows, maybe they all like the 2-pin.
Yeah, maybe that's what brought their team together.
That's
A love
true.
of 2-pin. It's really curious how Mahjong players often have a superstition or a lucky tile. I mean, they're all the same in effect.
Yeah, I never, I don't really have a claim to a favorite tile, but I think I've just assimilated various tiles from other people who have superstitious beliefs.
Oh, I definitely have. There's some tiles that are kind to me and other tiles that really hate me. It's science.
Very good, very good. Yeah. Ishida as dealer again. Maybe think about making lower shapes.
Yeah, and everyone is, despite the slight, fairly high scoring hands, no one is really that far ahead. I mean, we're only East 2, right? So there's a long way to go still.
Yeah, even Fujikawa, after winning that dealer Mangan, was, took the lead, but also was willing to chance that 7-pin to collect an extra 1,500 points. So trying to not only maintain the lead, but increase it ever so slightly with every chance she can get. Oh, that's a nice Ishan then from Hoshino. We might see a fight soon, or Riichi soon. And there could be an interesting question whether to take the Shampong weight on Haku and a middle Manzu, or just your classic Riichi Diamond weight.
I have a question for you. When you're watching this kind of pro level play, do you ever get the feeling that they're just playing a complete different game from the way, I mean, I'm not sure necessarily how they play in America, but certainly how we're playing in Europe. I often watch them like, this is not how we play in Europe. We are not playing this kind of game. Do you get that feeling ever?
Some decisions, yes. I feel like in terms of efficiency, it's very similar, but push pull tends to be a little bit different, and a couple of the early discards floating, making some sacrifices to float more tile acceptance in other places, that can be a little bit different, whereas a lot of US players may take the more straightforward approach. But overall, I think it's actually quite similar. Khan with the good weight Tenpai and 2 Dora already.
I know, right?
That feels like a 4th place move, right? I have good value. I want more value. I'm Tenpai. I'm probably the first to Tenpai, so I'm gonna make.
I definitely think we've mastered efficiency outside of Japan. That's one thing we've all managed to grasp. It's the rest of it we need to start putting together now.
And that column actually is very pretty telling. I'd be very concerned about a Tenpai now. Oh, Dora. Well, guess we'll swap our weights.
Oh yeah. 36, and then in the bamboo, and then the 5-man. Doesn't feel like those tiles are going to easily come out though. Dora Suji, and a middle tile.
There's the final Dora drawn. I see 3 of the 3 so are held.
There it is.
But the 5 comes out. Yeah. Just about the only tile that could have been.
She's going to be made up with that. Yeah, she's going to be made up with that. I saw a little smile on your face there, lady. I saw it.
Can't help but feel a little pleased when you win a very important hand. 4th place, winning a Mangan is huge.
It's not one of those spectacular Yaku, right? It's just your dragon call, an open dragon, just Dora. Just Dora.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I always feel a little extra pressure when I've got a lot of Dora in my hand that this is my chance. How often do I have Dora 3? I really need to win this one. I feel
like it's a gun against my head sometimes.
Yeah, it's almost just a relief when you win it, more than it is. Then you're feeling happy. It's like, yes, I didn't lose this one.
I didn't lose.
I didn't have it
This is
stolen
the
away
one
from
I
me.
couldn't lose. Yeah.
That was a very impressive hype it looked like from Tezuka.
Hey, Tezuka's not really done anything. She's been very quiet.
This may be her chance
Do you know
to
what?
jump ahead.
I think she'll wait until her dealer turn. I think she'll let these people all wear themselves out a bit, and then it's a dealer turn. And she's got the final dealership advantage as well, which is wonderful for her.
Yeah, that's when you want to have your good hands is on your dealership for sure.
Yeah.
Still 2 away from Tenpai is not bad.
Yeah, no, she's not. Yes, it's coming together for her.
Ishida also with a really nice set of tiles. Floating acceptance around the door as well. Right, choice to be made. Accepts a lot of tiles in the pin suit.
Yeah, Ishida is a very straight driver. Oh, from what I've observed here.
Yeah, she's got a nice Kutsuki shape as well.
Yeah, Tezuka's hand, though, looks like she's going to want to play it this time.
Another pair here, a little awkward. As dealer, you'd love to have the double east. Just hasn't come out yet.
Yeah, she just had to slow down here. The 5-pin. She said, I mean, I'm not really sure what you do with those 2 east tiles. Kind of slowing her down.
Yeah, it seems like these blocks are kind of set as they are, and she's just waiting for the east to come out.
Yeah, she's gonna have to draw it now. I mean, do you think someone would throw the east onto this table unless they had a hand worth doing it for? Feels unlikely to me.
Yeah, perhaps Fujikawa.
See, I was surprised she threw that. I was surprised she threw that 9 bamboo at the very start. I'd definitely been thinking, considering I had a value on it that I could call, that I could add Sanshoku to that to give it a little bit of a boost. I thought the 9 bamboo early one. Oh, she's got it.
Wow, fast plays here. Tenpai versus Tenpai now.
Yeah.
4-7 so, Riichi Pinfudor for Ishida, and a Tateniu after the 7-mon call for Fujikawa. Oh, but this is another Tenpai. Has 2
Is she gonna do it? This is
6-mon or 6-pin. 6-mon comes out Dama.
Yeah, I don't, especially she's used to JPML A rules. You don't tend to see so many reaches because there's no Uradora. So if she's, if that's the way she's calibrated, I expect we'll see more Dama. I expect we'll see less pushes on her when it's not her dealership.
It's Fujikawa who steals away. Sanzo, Kanchan.
So I have the expectation that Tezuka now is going to be, we're going to start seeing a little bit more flair from her for her dealership.
Yeah. If the situation was switched around where she was the dealer, probably we would have seen Riichi in that situation.
I feel so, yeah. But it's a totally different value prospect, isn't it? When you're reaching as dealer,
for sure.
It's worth the risk, and it's worth placing that pressure on the table. She has not got a great deal though for a dealership. She needs to draw better tiles.
At the very least, there's a pair of the White Dragon. Now, early Yakuhai calls maybe not as common in the Fuji Cup from what I've seen so far. Yukan Fuji Cup.
But we just saw one.
Yeah.
So
as dealer, though, certainly have some incentive. Wow.
Oh, nice fill in there. Very nice.
Oh, he's shown that already.
Fujikawa does have the luck at the moment. Oshino's hand. It's not bad. Doesn't excite me though. What's Tezuka doing here? Oh.
Almost looks like it's going to be a flush type hand. Oh, that's now Ishantan. Well, slightly better Ishantan.
It just seems that Tezuka is going to be outsped. She's not getting any traction. She's not getting any acceleration in that hand progress. Everyone else is just going to beat her to it.
Tenpai already from Ishida.
And there's a door throw, so I think everyone's going to be aware of what Ishida's doing. Yep, so Tezuka held that safe red dragon for this exact situation. She can at least avoid throwing into it Ipats.
Riichi, not the Tenpai she wanted, but Fujikawa will take it.
Tezuka, what are you going to do?
Starts with the honor tiles. Maybe if she draws more Sozu soon, she can consider taking the challenge.
I mean, she's not going to back down from this, but she's really going to have to start drawing some tiles that help her if she's going to do anything with her dealership. And that 6-man is dangerous, as we know.
Another non-so tile. Weakness of Honitsu type hand, flush type hand. Most of the draws aren't going to be helpful.
Yeah, and she was quite far away from it, even at the beginning. It was not.
Right.
Unless she could draw that white dragon and really start, adding some oil to it.
There's a white dragon.
Finally. She might end up in a position where she's got to throw that 6-man. I don't think she'll do it. I have every confidence that she would not throw that 6-man.
I don't know. If your Tenpai closed, perhaps that's justifiable for a dealer Mongon.
Oh. But she doesn't want to lose points. Like, I know oh, there you go.
Yeah. There's the small Chundora one. We'll collect the Riichi stick as well. Nice little...
So a lot has happened in your East round, right? So now the psychology is going to be starting to come in.
Something like about half hour for the East round to go through. So lots of time to play through the South round. I believe...
it's a generous timer on this one. I don't think.
Something like 80 minutes.
It's 80 minutes, right? Yeah, and then you get to finish that one and the next one, so...
Do you notice the game slowing down in the second half for timed events like these? Or if the first round goes fast? Or is the pace the same all throughout?
Do you know what? I think it can really vary depending on how the game is going.
Right, like barring a number of repeats. Just like pace of play wise.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say. I've seen it slow down and I've seen it speed up. I said it sort of depends on the mood of the table, whether... I mean, when it's been... We've seen 3 reaches and it's been a really difficult time, and you can feel that atmosphere on the table where everyone sort of takes a collective breath.
Right.
Okay, let's just cool it now. And that could happen at any point in the game. I do think your first games of the day can be a bit slower, as everyone warms up their brains.
So looking around at these hands, I think Fujikawa as dealer had a reasonably strong set of tiles, but probably the best out of all the players so far. Chudora for Tezuka. Awkward shakes.
But Ishida's aggression has not been paying off for her, really, has it?
Even with that win in the last hand, still a little bit down.
Yeah. Not really been a challenge to Fujikawa's first place hold still. Tezuka has those Dora. That's nice for her.
Seems like hands that will be rather slow to find Tenpai outside of the dealer. That is a really nice Ishantan for Fujikawa.
And Ishida's going to keep that outside the hand, the Chanta hand in her mind, it looks like.
Certainly with Fujikawa collecting inner tiles, you might expect to see more outer tiles be discarded. You might end up calling your way towards a Chanta.
And I think you see outside hands, Chanta hands more in rule sets without red fives.
That's a good point. That's just kind of a liability when you're going for an outside hand, and that means you'll never be able to accept a free Dora.
Yeah, exactly. Everything gets sucked into the middle when you're playing with red fives, and I kind of resent that. I like the Dora that changes every round, because it means that every round it's slightly different. All the Yaku sort of slightly change their weighting against each other. But red fives just stay there, stationary, boring. See, that's why I disagree with people who say that the red fives make it fun. I think in some ways they can make it a little tiresome.
How about red threes? Thoughts on those?
Well, 3 is my lucky number, so I have a complete different. I mean, yeah,
Very good.
I do think it's slightly different because it doesn't preclude the terminal Yaku being useful. It's still not great, but I think it reduces that volatility in some ways to the game, despite red 5 rule sets having an infamy for being more volatile, right?
For sure.
It's just volatile in the points. It's not volatile in the way the Yaku, the strength of each Yaku against the others, and that's Tenpai, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
And a reach.
2-5 pin. Tateniu.
Fujikawa is feeling strong today.
Absolutely. Back away with the Yakuhai pair cut.
But Fujikawa's dealer, right? Why wouldn't you push a little bit, ask a few questions of the people on the table?
Currently not in a major threat to lose first place, so pose those questions, and if you find it, sumo could be really massive.
I mean, Ishida's Chanta hope is staying alive somehow. She's doing a good job with that. And again, I feel very sorry for Tezuka. Look at all those Dora. You want this to come off, but it just doesn't feel like it's going to. 5, man. Yeah.
I feel like that's the signal to stop pushing now.
Yeah.
It's worth taking a try, as long as you don't have to drop anything too dangerous, but once you have too many tiles to tell her.
I want to tell her she can probably take that south wind out, but try and manifest it through the screen. Come on, just throw the south. It's going to be fine. I want to see 3 Dora for this lady.
South comes out.
She wants to see 3 Dora for her too. I mean, that 2 pin is going to be nasty for her, though. That is
problematic tile. We need to draw around it as we pair it up.
This is tough to say. And then, here we slowed down, right?
Right.
South 1.
Early 7 pin. You might be able to justify, I think that's 3 7 pins discarded as well, so you might be able to justify the 9 pin here. Double 1 chance. Does successfully pass. We're running out of tiles, though, to try to put something together.
He's 1 away, yeah.
And I like taking that pause there before cutting, because you have to make the decision about whether you're going to pull in 4K10 before you've discarded. It doesn't matter. There's sumo.
For those viewers who are not familiar with the Japanese term, K10 is where you have a tenpai in shape, but it doesn't have a yaku, so you do it so that you can claim the tenpai bonus at the end if it goes to a draw. When I first started out, we called it fishing.
Oh, did you?
I don't know if people remember, but yeah, well, the little chips that you used to get on the very old Mahjong sets were the shape of fish as well.
Oh, okay.
So by fishing, you were trying to get those counters on the table, right?
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I'm not ancient, but certainly that's the kind of thing that was happening in British Mahjong circles when I was first taught. British Mahjong is a completely different game from Chinese Mahjong, Hong Kong Mahjong, Japanese Mahjong, any other type of Mahjong from East Asia. It's like a bunch of people, British people, were in Hong Kong and saw people actually playing a game, and they didn't understand it, so they just it's really very cargo cult-esque. They move the tiles around, but what they're playing is really, it's a bit like Quidditch. The rules just don't make any sense.
Well, in this game, Fujikawa, after that big win, Riichi, Tsumo, Tateniu, I believe there's an Ura as well, for another 12,000 points, is in complete control now.
Yeah. Everyone else is very close, though.
Yeah, we saw this at the end of the first game. It was Osaki who jumped ahead in all last and then attempted to continue to grab as many points as possible. Even had the chance to just end the game in first place by passing the dealership, and said, no, I want to try to earn more points. And so we'll see if Fujikawa tries to run up this dealership as long as she can. I assume you would absolutely try to.
I think you would do in this format. Yeah, I mean, in the end, the end results are determined by how many points the entire team has collected. So you don't want to waste opportunities to hoover up points.
Right. You only get to play at these tables a set number of times, a finite number of games. You want to collect as many points for your team as you can. Dora 5 so. See one in Tezuka's hand, but not much else going on over there. Dealer is working towards a Tateniu, but has some uncomfortable shapes to try to fill. Ishida also lacking the Dora, so a lot of Dora in the well to be drawn.
Probably quite a bit of frustration now on this table. Fujikawa hasn't really given them any space.
I like that 5-mon cut. Leaves the 2-3-4 Sanshoku possibilities live. And of course, 2-3-4, my favorite Sanshoku.
Oh, I see. So you don't have a favorite tile, you have a favorite type of Sanshoku. That's the first I've ever heard of that. I love that.
Now, I wonder, I guess that makes 2s, 3s, and 4s my favorite tiles by default, huh?
But only when they're together.
Yeah, only
otherwise they're aesthetically not pleasing to you. Right, okay. And you have to have all of them in the same suits. That's a whole 9 tiles. That's kind of greedy. I've said it out loud.
Yeah, I don't know when that started, but I think I was playing an Arble match, and there's just like 3 or 4 different 2-3-4 Sanshokus, and the winner of the game was the one who won it the most. And I had one that I got the Yasume for, so I got second place. I got the 1, 2, 3 on one of the shapes instead of the 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, so Yasume for our non-Japanese speakers is like the cheaper side, as you say. Often if you've got like a closed Tateniu, and yeah, as you say, you're waiting on a 1 or a 4, the 1 is your Yasume, with the 4 giving you the higher point score.
There's the best draw for Tenpai. 8, so giving the Ipeko.
Hoshino's going to want that, but you know, Ishida and Tezuka, they're going to have to really question whether they want to fold to this. Fujikawa can? I feel like Tezuka and Ishida should maybe think about pushing a bit, especially as the Dora's just come straight out.
Yeah, I guess
she can't use that.
I guess no matter which side she drew, it would have been +1 Han. So
it's another can. Oh, Ishida, what are you gonna do? You're gonna make some people on this, some of our audience very happy if you can that 9. Yes, they love it.
Wow. Aggressive con. Well, now you gotta think.
She doesn't really have an obvious. Okay, that's how she's gonna do it. Okay.
It's amusing to me. Con and increase the value for the Riichi player and then just back away and let everyone else deal with the aftermath.
I know. It's how to make friends in Mahjong, right?
Oh, but the 3-so comes out, and I didn't even realize Fujikawa's Tenpai there.
Yeah, Fujikawa's Tenpai, sorry, yeah.
Quiet little Tenpai steals it away for the second time in this game.
Do you know what's interesting to me? So the games that we watched yesterday, we were commenting, wow, these people do not dama very often. I was talking to Jenn about it, and she was saying, well, actually, the meta at the moment in Japan is to not do that sort of dama. See if you can find a better weight or more value. You tend to reach a little bit more frequently than was advised when I first became a professional. But on this game today, we're seeing a lot more dama, I think.
Mm. And I think the dama weights that Fujikawa has taken, they definitely make sense. You know, poor weight, someone else has declared Riichi first. You're trailing behind and hoping to snipe the win away. From a position of power as well, she's been ahead since East 1. She hasn't needed to take any risks. But also, like, managing to steal away points from other players without taking risks has been kind of big for her. It's part of the reason why she's, you know, up so far ahead. Other players haven't been able to tsumo with these wins.
Early reach. Yeah, and you can imagine everyone else is getting frustrated, right?
For
They're
sure.
pushing, they're wanting to, they're less hesitant, they're more keen to push, which means she's more likely to go under the radar with her dama, her uncle Tenpai, and yeah, she said just sort of snipe it off. She doesn't have to make the big waves right now.
Right. Well,
But we do have an early reach here, which is a pain to defend against.
no dama this time. Early dealer reach, and everyone is going to be full caution. It's a little too far for their hands to be ready yet. It's hard to defend against an early reachy most of the time.
I mean, I can only imagine that Fujikawa is really hoping this slows down their hand progress, even if they still push a little bit. It'll make them have to think. And yeah, I don't think Tezuka's won a hand yet, right? And then
No.
you could start to imagine she might either keep in that sort of more defensive position, or she may get a little frustrated and throw into you.
Yeah, I mean, as is, she's managed to hold on to second place without, you know, just by staying away from the other players. Most of it's just been that her hands haven't been good enough. The tiles, the draws haven't been helpful. But you know, by staying away, at least she hasn't been unfortunate enough to deal in.
Right.
There's the tsumo.
I mean, but yeah, Tezuka's doing that critical thing in Riichi Mahjong of not losing points where she doesn't have to.
Tsumo Pinishu and more Honba as well. Be 13 all plus sticks.
Keep looking at their faces to see if any of them, you know, betray what their emotions are, but they're very good with their poker faces.
I need to work on my poker face.
I think we all do. It's something I'm not very good at. Certainly, my lips start sort of pursing, and yeah, my fingers reach my temples as I get more and more stressed.
Oh my
But,
goodness.
you know, these people play a lot of mahjong. You know, it's just it's muscle memory to them.
Yeah, I feel like people who join the game of Mahjong from poker, they'll have a little bit more experience with that. But outside of poker, like not many other games, at least where I'm from, where having that perfect control of your face is that important. And I never had that poker experience.
Yeah, for poker though, you can show facial expressions, right? But it's part of the game, right? You can. So although they have control, they're still expressing themselves, even if that expression is, I don't want to say fraudulent because it's a game, right?
Right.
Not, you know, everyone knows what they're getting into, but it's not their true emotions, perhaps. Whereas here, they don't show anything, true or not, right?
Completely locked away.
Yeah.
That's a nice fill. Great Ishanten for Tezuka. This might be the hand. Ishida, though, that's double south triplet. That sounds a little weird. Double south triplet. But sitting in the south seat in the south round, so worth 2 Han.
Yeah, she's gonna want this, isn't she?
Yeah.
It's a Dora as well. It's a big hand for her.
Mm,
Five hand right there.
yeah.
She's not even really tried, and she can call it.
That's the great thing. You
Beautiful.
call it and disguise it. Now
Oh,
into Ishanten.
one away. Yeah. I mean, okay, she may have a poker face, but and this is nothing against poor Ishida. Oh, well done, Tezuka. Is that she is revealing some stuff through the way she moves her hands. Yeah, I've seen the more potential there is in her hand, the more she's moving those hands aggressively.
That's
right.
The more she wants to win, the firmer the discards become.
Yeah, exactly. And then when she drew that third south, when she pulled it into the edge of the table.
Very interesting little tell there. But Tezuka waited on that Kontron shape, got the 5-pin upgrade, then slammed the Riichi.
Yeah.
Nice patience.
Tezuka needs this, right? Oh. Thought it was a different man. I got excited then.
Yeah, a moment
But
there
yeah,
because she knows she's going to push, and she knows she's going to take the upgraded shape. It's just a small breath there to prepare for the
I think
dangerous
she's quite
discard.
stressed, right?
All these Mon tiles are not safe. They come out with conviction. And Tezuka sees this, probably guesses that Ishida has the Dora, and no defense now with the Riichi.
Nope.
Tenpai.
And she's Tenpai.
1-4 versus
Maybe
3-6.
she was hoping for a Hanuman. Maybe she was hoping for the Hanuman, but it's a 4-pin.
I see a couple of the 4 pins here. I saw 1 pin in Fujikawa's hand. So
There's
one discarded
one on
as
the
well.
table there. Yeah.
Now this is me. That's my facial expression in this situation. What to do? You recognize exactly what's going on. That's fine to save tile.
At least she had that face of look, what am I gonna do? I think my not that. Okay. Yeah, I think sometimes my face is just like, oh, get me out of here. Do I stop playing this game? Oh, wow. Ishida is going to be made up with that one, and she gets her dealership now.
Big win, necessary win, and she will hop into second place. Moves over third and straight into second. That's the third time I think in these 2 games that I've seen Ishida go from fourth to second.
But that's the trick of the aggressive play style, right? You're gonna drop, and you're gonna climb if you keep the balls. If you keep going, you can't start aggressive, drop down, and then pull back.
Yes.
You have to keep going. Once you've decided that's your play style for this hand or game or life, you have to stick to it.
Up to 20,000 points now, and the ball is in her court. She's got the dealership. Great opportunity now to spread that gap a little bit further. Still a lot of ground to catch up to Fujikawa, but if you're going to make it up, it's going to be here on your dealership.
Fujikawa hasn't shown us any tendency, though, to be reckless with her points. She has been holding on to them very studiously. I don't think she's going to change for the rest of the South round. So I think if they want to take over the top, they're going to have to build the value in their hands. They can't expect Fujikawa to bleed it away.
Yeah, this is a couple times now that we've seen Ishida open up early for a dealer repeat. In this case, it makes a lot of sense with those shapes. What's the call?
Tezuka's looking at flush hand.
And that's in the Manzu, the Tezuka's Honitsu, right? The Dora suit.
Oshino looks like she's thinking about a flush as well, so in the pin suit.
That tends to happen relatively frequently. A flush in one suit means they don't have many tiles in the other 2 suits. And one of the players at the table has a collection of that very tile, or that very suit.
And Tezuka's got to start calling now if any of her tiles come out, if she wants to progress this flush hand. It's almost a shame it's not a full flush because she needs those points.
Oh, there's a Dora. A welcome sight. So Horitsu, Dora 2.
And then a dragon, maybe?
Yeah, potential Yakuhai.
Yeah. I don't, do you know, it's early though. I don't know. Would you push for a full flash? Probably not, right? It's too greedy.
Yeah, perhaps if she draws something like the 8-mon. So here's a poem, and 8-mon comes out. Okay, just takes the tempai.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the full flash is a little bit greedy. I don't know. It's difficult to call though. You might need a bit of greed on this table.
I mean, as is, winning a Mongon will put you into second. So I think. Oh, hang on a second. The 1 does come out, and that will be the Mongon win.
Yeah.
Hoshino hesitated a little bit, said, I know this is not good, but I want to win my hand, and it came out.
And that's no continuation for Ishida, so she's not going to be quite so happy with that.
Fujikawa perfectly satisfied with this outcome. Hoshino now really needs to find something in this hypai. As dealer.
Yes, this is Hoshino's dealership.
Dora 2 so.
But that actually puts Tezuka in second place, right?
It does.
Point. So I was trying to do the mental arithmetic in my head. I know they keep saying it's maths, but it's not maths, is it? Mental arithmetic and mathematics are two different skills, I think. I know plenty of software engineers. I think there's even a math professor I know who plays Mahjong, and they are all terrible at mental arithmetic.
I will say, as somebody who has their degrees in mathematics, the more you do in terms of higher level mathematics, the less good you get at arithmetic. But I don't know what it is. I used to, that used to be my super strong point. And then we stopped using numbers at some point in the math classes. And that skill kind of went away.
It just moves into magic, right? That's how I imagine
does.
high level. Yeah, okay. I thought it was magic. That's what it looked like.
Honestly, it's just, the textbooks are just strings of words that have meaning to very few people.
Yeah.
If you read a theorem and it's just like some incantation. Tezuka in the south seat has a pair of south wind. That's could be very important here. Hoshino started with a ton of pairs. Not exactly what I'd be looking for as dealer, but well, there's another one.
Well, not a great situation for our poor Hoshino.
Still,
I mean, if I was Tezuka, I'd be calling that south for sure if it came out. I wouldn't hesitate. I don't think the top space is in her future at the moment. But I mean, look at the point score of her team overall. I mean, they've just been trampling over this group. So second place is enough.
Yeah, really, any positive result. I mean, I guess depending on the UMA here, but any
All right. I mean, you want the
loss
first place,
is fine
but,
too.
Yeah. I think considering the way this game has gone for her, just sort of mitigating the negatives is the way forward.
Ishida with the door here. Itsu thoughts in the Sozu. You could find the straight. We'll give up the green dragon, probably the safe tile in her hand, and play full force efficiency. But now a tough decision. Do we stick with pairs, or is this force so assigned to go towards a Pinfu type hand or just a normal Riichi?
It's difficult with it's difficult with that door in there, isn't it? Yeah.
Sticks with the Ishanten. Fujikawa with a potentially strong Riichi soon. She could end up on 1-mon north Champon with a Suji trap, having discarded the 4-mon earlier.
That was early as well. Yeah.
Odora, no fear.
Dora. Oh, straight out. Okay, Fujikawa.
Maintains the
It's the
most efficient Ishantan.
it's the privilege of having all those points, though, right?
Very good point. I do suspect if it was any other play on the table, they might have held on to the 3-so prior to that. But Fujikawa doesn't need.
She doesn't
to
need
force
value,
that in,
right?
right?
No, she doesn't get the value. She's already claimed all the value.
The value here is just moving the dealership forward and ending the game sooner rather than later.
Yeah, so she needs that speed, right? That speed is what she. Oh,
Yeah, I think Hoshino's already made her decision though, and she's just deciding which singleton to cut here. 3-mon, 5-pin, 7-pin.
yeah, I don't think she's moving away from that 7 pairs, is she? Oh, she drew it herself. Nice.
That works.
Fujikawa, as she said, she's still 1 away. She's not managed to build that yet. Ishida's hand is not looking great.
It does have some calling options. You can chi 4-mon for 4-5-6 Sajoku. The Dora.
She could have been straight, maybe, but it
Mhm.
seems to have all gone by the wayside here.
Yeah, I think just by nature of most efficiency, plus you still hold up the calling options, gives up on the straight ideas.
Ishida's now got the frustration discard motion.
The I'm Ishanten, I've been here for a long time.
Yeah,
Please give me something.
yeah, I know, we've all done that, right?
Yeah.
The hesitant draw, the oh no, not that one discard.
This is always difficult, this Chito Ishanten. Which tile do you keep? South is not discarded yet, so Hoshino has to think someone's probably holding it, but if they're not, like if they're holding it, do I want to give them the third one? If they're not holding it, is it just in the wall for me to draw?
That's a nice weight there for Fujikawa. I like that weight.
I believe there's no Yaku there, but at the very least she can collect some points because we're almost at the end of the round.
Yeah.
And
you know, if you're a real dreamer, there's always last tile discard.
exactly, right? That's the oh, there it is, the Dora.
Senpai!
And she'll slam a Riichi. And the South.
On the South, oh no.
She's got all of them. It's so safe. It only deals into
Camera's going to linger on those Souths now, yeah.
Oh dear. It's so safe. One tile clear. 9-pin safe as well. Fujikawa can maintain the tempai.
I feel like the camera is just aggressively moving to linger on those South.
Chi.
Yep.
2-mon will come out. This is a chance for Tezuka. She can win on 4 7-pin.
And it would be worth it just to pull forward a bit, keep that second place.
1-mon comes out, swap. Still tempai. Fujikawa holding it. Ishida not pleased with this tile.
She's hits it against the top of her hand like no. You can't tap it into the tile you want. I've tried multiple times and it's never worked for me either.
Oh, this is 4-pin's kind of okay against the Riichi, but yeah, we'll just play safe here.
Yeah, safe. Yeah, she doesn't need to give the points away either. It's better to try and draw something better. Oh, sucks for Tezuka.
She'll jam it. 5-mon passes.
Yeah.
I believe this is last draw and safe 5-mon. So Ryukyoku, dealer tempai, Tezuka tempai, Fujikawa tempai.
That's good for Tezuka. She's second now, going into a dealership. I don't think she's gonna be getting first. I think she'll just want to lock in that second, right?
For sure. Hoshino a little bit sad to see the 3 Souths revealed in Tezuka's hand.
Yeah.
Sacrificed 1,000 points to get 1,000 points back at Ryukyoku. No ground made up, but she'll at least have the dealership get one more chance.
Yeah. So we're going into Southport, or us.
I think might have one more.
Is it-
Hoshino retaining the dealership.
Oh, she did. Sorry. I'm a dummy.
Oh, another Yokohama pair start. And we'll see if she's aggressive in opening up as Ishida was on her dealership. I suspect so. Now, do you tend to call the first dragon if it comes out, or I guess it's situational dependent?
Not. Yeah, it's just situation dependent. I used to have a very foolish personal rule to not call the first one because I had great faith in my durability. As I played more Mahjong, I realized that I didn't have very good durability and I should just call the things I saw. Like I definitely went for a face, and I think people do this right when as they shift from beginner up into the intermediate levels, that they realize that as a beginner you call too much, so then you pull really back on calling and you keep your hands closed because you think in your head that makes you a better player, but yeah, at some point you have to adjust those kinds of those decisions and start opening up, especially if you're playing on 10 hole. I learned the hard way playing on 10 hole because that really favors a more kind of calling style.
Yeah, the sort of digital play style of just maximum efficiency, fastest hand wins, sort of.
Yeah. I don't know if you ever had that. I definitely went through a little phase in my Mahjong career where I was really anxious about what people would think about me if I called a lot. Foolish in retrospect, but I think we've all had those kind of moments of doubt, right? You want to look like a good player.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially when you're playing in high skill environments. You don't want people to be like... But I just let you in on a hot tip, anyone, if you're watching and listening to us and thinking like, oh no, that's me. I'm always worried about what people will think about my calling or my play style. People are not whispering about you behind your back, really. No one is. And if they are, they're the problem, not you.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think one of the, Mahjong is all about gaining experience, and if you've always played a close style game, it's worthwhile to, experiment with a more open style. Just see what types of positions it puts you in, what you can handle personally, and what you can't handle in terms of risk tolerance. And if you play a very open play style, try to experiment with a closed play style for a while and see, does the score, the value improvements, is it worth it sometimes? Which situations do you prefer to stay open and which ones do you prefer to stay closed? I think it's worthwhile to experiment in different play styles to just get that experience that you have a more nuanced play style in the future.
I strongly agree with that advice. If you want to be a good Mahjong player, you need to have all these different kinds of tools in your box, right? So you can adjust, change gears and all of that. And you can only gain those tools by experimenting. So yeah, you're going to have weeks where it's not going to be great for you. But that's fine. That's the learning journey we all have to go on to become amazing players. Maybe even world champions if you're coming next year.
That's very true. Well, fingers crossed.
I do keep banging on about it, but I'm very excited we're going to Tokyo. Very afraid that I'm taking all of my non-Japanese players to play on the home ground, and that'll give the Japanese players an advantage. So you have to take it from them. You have to take it from their hands right there in Tokyo.
Definitely, playing in Tokyo is going to be a big goal, I think, for players in the US. I imagine in Europe as well. Just having that opportunity is really enticing this year.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. Yeah, it's a lot of pressure, to make sure we deliver on those expectations. I have no doubt that we're not going to be a fire festival, obviously. Send you off to some hellish man-made island off Japan. But no, we will. It's an exciting time as an organizer as well as a player, I think.
Very good, very good. Well, we saw Hoshino with this hand open up a couple times, and I think Tezuka's been a little bit wary of that.
Yeah. And Fujikawa wants to move it forward quickly, right?
Right. So she'll open up and match speed here.
Ooh, it's a nice draw for Ishida.
Of course.
Quite a slow hand.
Of course, she would prefer the 7-mon itself, but filling a block is good. And now Dora will not come out whatsoever from Tezuka. It's going to stay in there forever, but she will give up on the south pair.
Oh, yeah, Ishida is not playing ball here.
And Hoshino is not Tenpai with the 2-door in hand. We're starting to run out of tiles. She needs to find any Tenpai quickly, but Ishida is not going to give her an opportunity. I mean, I assume we're going to see west, west, west.
Yeah, I think everyone's decided that they've made the decision. No one's pushing. We should all just retreat and skirmish again the next hand.
So big draw coming here for Hoshino. That's not it. Oh, interesting.
Is that Tenpai? It is Tenpai.
It is
She throws
Tenpai.
a 7-pin.
Is the 7-pin worth it? No pin tiles outside of the early 1-pin from Hoshino, so it's definitely
Yeah.
dangerous.
There's nothing out. Oh, there is. Nope, she's not going to do it.
I think she sees Ishida also going west-west and believes that Ishida will not be Tenpai, so the gap will stay the same even if it goes to Ryukyoku. Ishida won't be making up any ground, so it's okay to fold. And so
Yeah.
it ends.
No one had anything. Oh, this is frustrating.
Mm.
A frustrating penultimate hand.
A good chance with Tudora, but could not end up finding Tenpai in the end, and so we'll go to the final one, Ulas. Fujikawa perfectly pleased to move forward. Tezuka not terribly upset either. Ishida has one chance to catch up now to Tezuka. And if you're sitting in the dealer seat here, what is your plan? Are you trying to win with this high pie? I guess you have to, but if someone like Fujikawa
Yeah.
Riichi's or Hoshino Riichi's, are you just staying out of the way?
Yeah, you stay out of the way. I think it's going to depend on your first 3-4 draws whether you think that your hand. Oh, she caught.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I was about to say I would wait for my first 3-4 draws to see how fast my hand was going and then make a decision. But she was like, nope, straight ahead. But maybe it's a bluff. Maybe if she thinks if she calls, people will think that she's got something fast, even though it's actually quite slow.
Yeah, for Fujikawa, that she has a comfortable lead, so she could probably afford to do something like this. Also, with all these outside tiles, she's going for a Chanta type hand. She should have more safety in case there's a Riichi later on than your average Tanyao hand would have after calling once or twice.
I mean, she could throw into a hand though, not comfortably, but it wouldn't be a disaster unless the hand was huge. But you know, Mangan hand, she's still not really sweating it.
That's very true. Dealer Mangan, perhaps we sweat a little bit.
Yeah, okay. I would sweat then, yes, because yes,
That's
if
the only,
Tezuka
that's
got
the only
you-
really,
got the
really
12,000.
bad situation, right?
Yeah.
12K direct.
Yeah, that would be especially with the reach stick and the 2 continuations. Okay, that would be sad times, but I presume she's made that calculation ahead and she's carefully watching Tezuka's moves to decide whether she can keep this push going or not.
And that will be Tenpai.
I mean, she's proven herself to be a very skilled player in this game.
You know, one of the things I appreciate, one of the little things from Fujikawa is that as she's called, she's left the tiles in a place where we can see them easily when it gets to her deal. So we know exactly what she has in hand. I appreciate it. In the commentary booth.
Yeah, I mean, this is the other problem with Mahjong, right? As an esports or mind sports, whichever we're going to use today. It's not the easiest to film. Especially, you know, if you watch soccer, it's very easy to explain the rules, right? And there's some complicated rules. There's offside and all of that. However, the basic rule is you have to kick a ball across a field and get it into that frame.
Right.
Anyone can watch it and then pick up the more complex rules as they go along. Mahjong, I think, it's not as friendly in that way. It's not as can't just bring people in
Right.
that level of immediacy.
There's some level of base knowledge that you almost need to know. Of course, you know, we try to do our best to explain what we can, but viewers, if you have questions, feel free to comment in. We'll try to answer as best we can.
But I mean, this is the advantage that Japan has as well, because Mahjong is part of the fabric of their society, right? Lots of people play mahjong at home in their family. So it's like everyone, I don't know, in America, I'm going to make an assumption, in America, everyone learns to play chess at some point in their childhood.
Yes.
So everyone knows the basic rules of chess, even if they're not a chess master. So most people know the basic rules of mahjong, and lots of the mahjong terminology, like Riichi, is part of the common vernacular. So even if you don't play mahjong, it's not alien to you. And my husband doesn't play mahjong, but he still knows the words.
Did we just see a tenpai from Tezuka?
We did just see a tenpai from Tezuka.
Dama. Staying quiet here. No
She
Riichi.
doesn't want to lose the second, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, would you want to risk it?
If you put that stick out there, that just makes it easier for Ishida to catch up.
Right. Ishida is not doing badly. She's not got there yet, but it's... Oh, that tenpai?
Ishanta now.
No, one way, saw it, yeah.
Too many pairs. What will come out here? I think maybe the 8-so would be good, because then if we draw the 4-mon, we can angle for a... Oh, sorry, 4-so, we can angle for a Sanshoku.
I mean, the 2... yeah, I was about to say, I don't like it being adjacent to the door, and there we go.
Then we'll deal to Chanta Dora 1. Small hand here. Ishida will retain the 3rd place. Fujikawa definitely from East 1 in control of this match the entire way. She will claim the 1st place with 60,000 points plus 70.2. Huge score for her team.
That's great. Yeah.
Tezuka hangs on to the 2nd place plus 2.4. Ishida minus 22.4 3rd, and Hoshino takes a slightly larger 4th.
Yeah. Oh, you can see on their faces the disappointment there, huh?
Yes, but it will be many more opportunities. We'll have one more game, and Team Gatinha will have an opportunity to claim a big first. But in this game, it was definitely Fujikawa for Team Three Arrows.
Yeah. But I still think Tezuka's play there was really interesting. You know, I think she won one hand, right? Was it one hand?
I believe
just
you're
didn't
right.
lose points. Yeah, she just didn't lose points, which is a fine strategy. I think sometimes, especially, you know, if you're worried, you're fearing the Akitori, you're fearing the fact you haven't won a hand, and you're reaching South 2 or something, people can get maybe silly aggressive and forget that actually not losing points and watching the bodies of your enemies float down the river is sometimes the better way to do it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan actually. I think that's my preferred play style. It's a minimize pain strategy. You stay out of the way, you don't deal in, and then you win your one big hand, and suddenly you're on top. In this case, in 2nd place with a positive result for her team.
Yeah. I mean, she didn't have great draws. There was no hand that I was like, oh, she has to push that. She has to push that. Most of them were like, well, I'd want that one to come together, but it's none of those hands scream, play me, play me, play me.
Right. It's important to not try to force it when you've got those hands. Like if you're too desperate to try to take a win, you might take chances that are not appropriate for the point situation. She did a good job of just backing away when it wasn't there and taking the fight when it was, and she won that one hand and ended up as our 2nd place as a result.
Great game. I really enjoyed watching that. I think I learned something again.
Definitely fun to watch.
And I really like commentating against you. Thank you, Nathanael.
I think this was our first time. It was a lot of fun.
Yes, it was.
I love hearing some of the insider knowledge about what it's like to be a mahjong player in Japan.
I try not to.
WRC
I try not
info.
to derail the conversation. Yeah, as I said, please do check out the website. And more information will go up there as it comes available. I know I haven't yet had my door beaten down with people begging for the quota numbers, but they are, again, along with the English site, shortly arriving.
Ooh.
So look out for those. I know that it's very difficult. Every country wants the maximum number of seats humanly possible, but you do find when you're organizing the WRC, a lot of your time is spent disappointing people.
Yeah, not basically no country will get the number they want, right? Because everyone wants the most.
No,
and there's a
they
limit.
want 100 seats.
Yeah. Give
I know.
all the seats.
I I really do appreciate everyone's support and the enthusiasm they've got for coming to WRC. I'm really sorry I couldn't have every single one of you attend. I would love that. But we are holding more events, more activities. So there's going to be more and more ways to interact with World Riichi as we move forward anyway. So if you do miss out, if you just miss out a little bit, don't worry. There will be room for you in some other space.
Very good. Well, thanks so much, Gemma. We'll look forward to hearing more later on, very shortly, and in our next broadcast. But we've got one more game to be playing, and we'll be meeting 2 new commentators. Welcome to Dave and to Corak.
Am I allowed to boo Dave before I go?
Oh, you absolutely.
Boo me, boo me. How dare you?
Hi, Dave. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. How's everybody?
Yeah. Missing our streams. We should get back to it maybe.
I was going to say, I have to do all of my World Riichi Online League games. I have to play very aggressively and get myself stomped into oblivion by very good players on the internet.
Well, I look forward to hearing about your woes as we proceed. But yeah, have fun, guys.
We for sure will.
It's going to be a lot of fun hearing from you too. I know, Corak, you're also playing in the World Riichi Online Team League. How's that been going for you?
Well, I have this problem. I have excellent results, and my strings of wins haven't been consistent. I get 10 to 12, and then 6 or 7 mediocre, and another 10 to 12 really good ones, and then another 6 or 7 mediocre ones. So right now I think I'm in 42nd, but my overall win first place rate I think is 43%.
Oh, wow.
That's so much better than mine. But the top players are getting that 43% like all in a row.
Yeah, and so my results right now, I think I'm around 288, which is 42nd. And I just look at my results and say, if I could have struck these a little bit closer together, I could be in first for that matter with some of these results. But that's not how the tournament's set up.
Well, and speaking about angling for first, you're also doing the same in the American Riichi Mahjong League, right?
Yes, currently in second. I have 2 games left. There are a couple other people that have 4 left, but it feels like it's a 3-person race, and I'm sitting there in second. So hope to pull that out. My last 2 games will be Wednesday, playing at 7 p.m. Eastern. So there may be a broadcast for that. There usually is a broadcast on Wednesday. You know that better than anyone.
Oh, absolutely. We'll definitely be broadcasting that day. Probably try to get that game, in fact, as well at American Riichi on Twitch. But yeah, definitely a lot of excitement in tournaments, not only for WRC, but also the American Riichi Mahjong League Online. Dave, you been in any tournaments outside of Throttle?
I was going to say, I went to the North American Open. Was it 2 weeks ago now? It seems like it was just yesterday. It was a really good time out in California. PML ran it very, very well. Had a great time meeting a whole bunch of people that I hadn't necessarily met in person before, yourself included.
Yes.
And just playing some mahjong with folks. It was a really good event.
Yeah, I will say, we played in the first round, and you beat me out. You held my winning tile. I would have surpassed you, but you cleverly retained the South. And
so many of those games were really, really good. It was great to play. I mean, it was great to play with all sorts of people who have like I think the last time I did a big tournament circuit was like the run up to 2017. And so like seeing how much the player base has evolved and the skill level has increased and everyone's really, really good. I had a lot of really good games. Whether I won or lost, I felt like it was a really good experience playing. It was great.
I feel like the skill level in the tournament scene has increased dramatically over the past several years, and it feels like every single tournament it's getting to be a tougher and tougher battle. And I think it speaks a lot to the effort that the various clubs and leagues in the U.S. have been. They've been putting a lot of work in improving the player base, sharing the experience, and that's happened at, of course, the Pacific Mahjong League on the West Coast that hosted the tournament, and on the East Coast as well with the New York leagues, including your own.
Yeah, speaking of, aren't you hosting a tournament in a little over a month?
I was gonna say we got a lot of exciting stuff coming up in New York. So next month is it's gonna be very exciting for Mahjong fans and terrifying for me, because next month I'm gonna be doing an event every weekend basically. There's an event on the 5th and 6th, and I haven't announced yet, so I can't announce it yet here. Sorry, but stay tuned. I'm gonna be in Paris for the WRC 10th anniversary. After that, the weekend of the 17th to the 20th is New York Comic Con. We're gonna be at New York Comic Con with not only all your USPML friends teaching and playing Mahjong, but Jenn and Garth are going to be there. They're also going to be hosting a special event at Sparrow's Nest on the 15th. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Not on the, it is on the 15th, if I'm correct. Yes, I'm just going to be sure. Mahjong Matsuri is coming back to Sparrow's Nest with Jenn and Garth and prizes and Jenn's new book and all kinds of exciting stuff on the 15th at 6 p.m. And then, after that, we're going to be hosting the Sparrow's Nest Open, which is a 64-player all auto table tournament here in New York, which is a qualifier for WRC 2025 if you are an ARA eligible qualification person. We actually just had 2 spots open back up. Unfortunately, 2 people who wanted to make it weren't able to. So if you're interested in a tournament experience, come on down. We're ready to have you.
Awesome, exciting stuff happening in New York, and the opportunity to meet Jenn and Garth. American Pros playing in Japan. It's going to be a great one too. I know Jenn's new book's coming out. I saw the cover art for that. I'm very excited about that release.
The book is like a classic, and Jenn has added over like 100 new pages of essays and strategy and content. So it's not just like a reissue of an existing book. It's got a lot more in it as well.
Excellent. And well, we've got more Mahjong, the final game of the evening that you're going to get the chance to cover tonight. And let's take a look at the players. Once again, we have from team the Little Hair Salon, Asami Ishida playing her 3rd time for the team. Has had a 2nd place and a 3rd place so far, so angling for that big first. Looks like in the south seat, Yu Kusuhara. And the west seat is Momo Matsushima, her 2nd time playing tonight. I believe she played in the first game of the evening. And finally for Team Gatinha, Aini Hayami will be our first dealer. And any notes on these players? Did you watch the first couple games? Have the chance to take a peek at those?
I unfortunately have not, although I see that we have some folks who are really looking to make a comeback. As you mentioned, Momo Matsushima was 3rd in the 2nd game, which is the negative, and Asami Ishida also had a small 2nd and then a 3rd as well, so they're probably both raring to get some points back.
Oh, I'd say especially that last game, the 2nd game, there were so many repeats in the South rounds. You start to wonder, especially the person sitting here having played their 3rd game, or they get a little tired at this point.
That's a very good point.
Yeah. Fatigue becomes a factor when you're playing seriously. It's a real issue.
All right, well, we are moments away from being able to catch the 6th game of the session and our 3rd and final game for the evening. And I'll let you 2 take it over.
All right. And away we go. Let's see what the first draws of the game have in store for us here.
You see the players organizing their hands, getting ready. So how much do you, when you peek at those tiles, how much do you think about what you're going to do after your first 4 or 8 draws?
Oh man, for the very first hand of the game, it's always such a big question mark because I don't know what I need to do yet. Like everything's just starting and I'm just trying to get a feel for it. So I feel like I personally end up defaulting to pretty like standard play, get rid of Winds and Dragons, go for something Pinfooey.
This hand doesn't look like a Pinfooey at the east pair and a floating door. I may even go Honitsu with that. This hand is a kind of a Pinfoo, maybe some sort of 6 of 8 Sanchiku eventually. But there's the east pair up, so we're going to have a pair lock on this one. Uh-oh. May end up shutting both those hands down.
They're going to be stuck on each other, and then the second one looked like a serious Chinitsu hand as well. Maybe Honitsu, probably.
Probably Honitsu, especially there you see the double Yakuhai pair.
Yeah,
Imagine that White Dragon's going to come out fairly soon.
that should be snaggable, but the East are going to be a stopping point for both these hands right now.
And that's another thing you have to consider is at what point do you say, hey, this is probably someone else holding my other weight? And just decide, you know what, we'll use that as our
Mm.
pair.
It is a little tricky because, like, with East especially, if it's any other tile, there's a point where you give up. But when it comes to East, it's really, really hard.
I have an Ishanten there. Oh, and another Sozu tile. This hand is looking so tempting. See, the Haku's being held back still. Firima will connect to the Dora, so we'll go in the hand for now. Planning to call the East, as we've been saying this whole time. Good luck with that.
Oh, wow. It's just creeping closer and closer to something beautiful.
There's
There's the
the
Haku.
Imagine it has to get called.
No,
Not
we're going to let
called.
it go.
Wow, that's surprising.
Interesting to let that go by. I feel like that's something I've done myself out of like hesitation. Oh, wow.
That's a draw.
Yeah. There's an Itsu potential here.
Can throw the 7 and more or less force the Itsu.
Yeah.
Could even just go Haku Haku for that matter.
Given that the Haku's out already, yeah, you could assume that the East is going to be left over. Then you keep the Chinitsu option open. Interesting.
Doesn't really like the Penchon needing the 3-so there, which is understandable, but I'm just not getting passing that Haku. Oh, and
From
there's the
throwing
first 3-so.
uh, from throwing the one, it almost looks like they're looking to keep the hand under wraps a little bit and not make it very obvious.
Ooh, well, that's Tempai. It's not
Senpai,
really the ideal one, but you go ahead and take it.
but we're taking it. We're taking it. Oy. But we play strongly ahead there, which is also very interesting given that the Haku was passed.
Just this 2-so South Shumpon won't be much value here unless you have Samura.
No, but it's tricky enough. And again, when it's early in the game like this, it's often worth it. Just take the win you can get, push the game forward a little bit with you in a slightly better position.
Well, the problem with that hand is you're just never really going to have the value unless the perfect draw.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's going to be Riichi Toitsu, and just ended up oncoing one of those.
Playing it, just playing it.
That's the kind of discard that the entire table goes, hey, wait a second, what's going on?
Yeah, yeah. It's like you've now spoken loud and clear that you're in this to win this.
Takes the Ishanten, looking for the 2 or 7 mon. And there's the 6, doesn't really fit. Will that also get pushed?
Yeah, we're thinking about it.
Haku are pretty safe here if you want to fold, but there it goes.
Oh, we go for it. We're going for it.
Still wondering where that East is.
Well, it's unlikely to come out now that there's a reach on the table too. Forgetting whether anyone has it paired up.
Potential Sanjiku chefs, but goes and throws the safe 8.
9 comes out.
9 had just come out, so perfectly safe. You see this 8-pin having been held back for a while. Didn't like it with the 7 having being the discard right before the Riichi.
It is a dangerous indicator.
It's kind of getting close, but that's the type of one you get in a lot of trouble. We'll throw the relatively safe South, but we know it's not deals in. Will just be a Riichi, so relatively cheap hand, but perfectly acceptable to just win it and move on.
Not a devastating loss, but that hand just did shut down a lot of potential value on the table. Very interesting.
It feels good to win that first hand, but you always want more than that 1300. You'll take it though.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of like the game has only progressed a little bit. You're in a slightly better position than you started. Like, ooh,
Ooh, I like this hand. Whole bunch of Monzu, decent shapes in Sozu. Potential Riichi, Pinfu, maybe Peiko, Tanya, very likely. Potential Itsu with this hand. I like this one a
yeah.
lot too. But you have the awkward 1-3-4-4, so you may end up just drawing the 2 and using the 4 as a pair. The problem is the rest of these shapes are terrible. Cuts the 5 pin, hedging towards Honitsu even.
Or maybe 1-2-3 Sanchoku is on the mind.
I always like keeping options open. 1-2-3 is usable as a backup, but you feel bad just with that floating 2 compared to everything else.
Yeah.
And now I might just go for it. Yeah, that was
there we go. There we go.
when the Chun pairs up, it just okay, we're going for the Honitsu.
Yep. Doable now. It's interesting because I feel like everyone's being very cautious in the texture of their discards. Like they're trying to keep their discards very like edge tiles wins normal stuff.
Oh, well, that's a draw. 5 so
Ooh.
fits in. It's now Ishan 10. 2 so
Beautiful
and
for an
2
Itsu.
5 so.
Too exciting yet. Ah.
And it's another one of these hands where the door indicator is the in-demand tile. We have 4 9s here. Won't con immediately, but we'll hold it for potential later. That pairs up the 6. This is definitely heading towards a Tanya hand.
Out
We'll
comes
call the
Chun.
Chun.
Here we go. All right, so now we got maybe Chun, Itsu, Honitsu as the endpoint of that hand. Another 7. Everything's pairing up here.
Couldn't even get Sonanko with the right draw. Ooh, that 3 fits in.
Yeah.
If you have a 4-6 left over, okay, goes in and cuts the 4. Will be Ishan 10. Hachi doesn't
Holds
do
on to
anything,
the-
but says the 6 is a leftover tile, not something I want to have floating in my hand, so out it goes. 6 pin will fit in
5,
nicely.
6. Oh wow.
Well, do you? I mean, is this is
It's Tempai. Do we take it? We just
but
take it.
okay,
We
just
take it on
takes
the
it.
5-8 weight.
Riichi +1 is a normal Tempai. I don't also hate just conning there and saying, you know what, I hate this shape. The Riichi +1 is usually acceptable, especially good weight like that.
East gets snagged.
Six fits in. That's Tempai on 1-4 so. But the sumo comes in. Reach Sumo Dora. West
Just reached
Uzura,
Sumo Dora.
so that's a
Not
miss,
bad.
but still nice little pickup.
Small win for Heidi Hayami, who grew up with her family owning a mahjong parlor. So
Well, he certainly exposed the game a lot. I wonder how much strategy is talked about in a family that actually owns one. Or is it
Depends
just,
on
you
how
know
much they
what,
play
it's
together.
work, I don't want to talk about it.
It really depends on how much you play together, I feel like. If business is good or not.
Ooh, Dora pair. Was hiding that with the actual physical hands, but
what do you
maybe
do here?
Oh, I mean, I think we're gonna have to go for one of your favorite hands.
Oh, are we going outside? Are we going Chanta Jun?
I would absolutely go Chanta with 2 Dora there, 8-9 blocks in multiple suits.
Yeah, you kind of got to. Because you got to get value. That's always my frustration a little bit. My mini frustration.
Okay,
Although
now here's another option. You could go Kokushi, and
I
that
was going to
seems
say,
to be the approach
Kokushi is
that's being played.
creeping up on that hand too, which is a little scary.
Well, 3 pin's an amazing fill for the hand. Can't even call the Hatsu. But
is
we
an
know the
interesting
Hatsu's going to be a
suggestion.
problem. Now, an interesting choice earlier on the Kokushi cutting the 8 pin rather than the 8 so and keeping Chanta open is a much more viable option.
So
Because
we
once
got an
you cut
interesting
the 8
question in
from
from
an
the
8-9
chat.
is really rough.
Chat wants to know, in terms of Tenho rank, how strong are these players? Is that something we can even really easily like discern or determine?
It's really hard to tell. Most pros, as a whole, unless you're in the absolute top ranks, sit in kind of a Tokujo level play, so 4 to 6 dan. But it very much depends on who's actually there. And we're not Ishan
guess
10
we're
for
doing it.
Kokushimu, so
I guess we're doing it. Oh God, I would be so unhappy. It's stressful.
oh, that's another East drawn.
We're gonna get rid of the West first.
This is the kind of situation where, like, can we just win the Tateniu and not worry about this?
Oh wow, we are now Tenpai.
We are Tenpai.
Tenpai on the Kokushi on just 9 mon.
It's probably not coming out of this hand.
No,
because this
I
is just
doubt
going
it.
for the Honitsu. It should be Duso.
But this could be Chitoi also, which is where it gets really interesting. This is now Ishan 10 on Chitoi without Honitsu.
Chitoi's never interesting, though.
Oh, I love Chitoi, but it's
Oh, I
tricky.
hate it.
Well, we're just gonna throw it. We're just gonna sit here now, drawing and discarding whatever we get.
Ooh, fine. There we go.
Now we're
Okay.
swapping
Just
it. We're
wanted to
swapping it
throw
to proper
the
Honitsu, yeah.
Haku and take a turn to see what was happening.
It's worth taking the option. Like, I feel like a lot of the times when I feel like I've made a mistake is that I didn't keep an option open. But given the extra Montile draw, yeah, Honitsu's where we're at. Let's do it. Gonna cut a pair.
We're just waiting for that 9. Ooh,
Oh.
that fills in nicely. That is an
Fills in,
Ishan.
but
Been
now
a little
East is gonna
scared of
have
that
to go.
East.
Yeah.
Just folding.
Oh.
Doesn't want anything to do with this.
I don't know. Again, my hopeful self sees that not as folding, but as saying, but you could get Itsu. Interesting.
Oh, that's a fill.
That's a good fill. We're now Ishan 10 for a very nice concealed Honitsu. And we're just waiting on that 9 mon, that's somewhere out there in the world for this Kokushi.
I believe there are 2 left.
Yeah. And that's the frustrating part of hands like that, is you're just gonna ride that hand straight forward now. Like, it's great to be Tenpai on it, but you're not doing anything else. You did it. You got it.
4 doesn't really help the hand, but can at least move it towards a more callable shape.
Yeah, slightly better shape.
6 can be called for Tenpai, but it's such a hideous one that it's usually passed. It's one of those call the 6, and then I guess you could be Shumpo on 6 East.
Yeah, you'd wait on 6. You'd wait on the East probably. Still kind of gross. It's not worth undermining your better options for the closed hand.
Well, if you knew someone was Kokushi Tenpai, you might just take it. Oh, there you go. That is the ideal fill.
There we go.
Mama
1, 2,
here.
3. It's a 2, 5, 8.
And that's Tenpai here as well. Uh-oh, this 5
Ooh.
could wait on the East Tonku and deal it on the 5.
Oh no!
Oh, there it goes.
There it goes.
So it's not
and that
Kokushi, but
shuts
that's
down
an
the
expensive
Kokushi.
hand.
Yeah. Oof. Oof.
You just have to shake that off and move on.
Yeah. Fear of that East. Fear of that East is challenging. And that was also the roughest Tenpai. There were so many ways I get Tenpai on like Pinfu Itsu, and then it got the most awkward draw.
Well, talk about dealing into that. What's your mental state if you just had this Kokushi sitting there forever and it just never finishes? That, I feel, inflicts more mental damage than even dealing in.
Oh, that's funny. I feel like at this point, when you've played enough, you do get used to it. You get more used to it. It's sad. No one likes it. But I feel like that's one of the things that you build up with experience is tolerance for like, oh, I'm ready on a big hand and it didn't work out. Because that's Mahjong. It happens all the time.
Oh, yeah. I think there's a difference between a big hand and, hey, I have Yakuban.
Yeah.
There's a little Pinfu type hand, still looking for a pair. We see a bunch of pairs over here. Could be a Chitoitsu. South is a pair
man.
up. Rest of the hand's kind of a mess. We'll see if the Yakuhai is held on or if it's going to be cut. Gets rid of the floating 3-pin.
Mm.
4 doesn't do much. Maybe an Itsu later. Maybe just call the East. That is Kanchan
6, 7, 8
Kanchan
Sanshoku.
Headless. Oh, East Shunten for Chitoitsu with 2 Dora, as
Chitoi, Dora,
mentioned earlier.
Dora. Strong hand to make. It has the East, but not much else going for it.
Doesn't hold the 1 because it can set up a 1-4. With that early 2, the 1's going to
Yeah.
look very safe to this hand.
It also gets you into a more pinfu shape if you get the right fill.
Yeah, if you can fill that 7, you will get Pinfu. Ooh,
Oh, there we go.
kind of fits, but it does kind of ruin your Itsu, so your value is just gone.
The game's very close now. Knocking it out of the park would be great, but it's hard to balance that against the speed you need.
5 mon can be a pair, can call the Yakuhai, but that requires the Yakuhai to come out. Preferably, you just draw it yourself.
Chitoi moving towards the outside, getting rid of some of those middle tiles while they can.
And when you see a pawn like that, you immediately start getting a little suspicious of a Chitoitsu type hand. Oh, well, there's the Tempai. There's that 7
There's the
we
good
talked about
Tempai.
earlier. Riichi Pinfu.
Sanshoku, right?
I think it was potential Sanshoku.
If I'm right. Let's see. Let's take a peek. Can probably go. Fairly safe. Yeah, 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku.
Oh, yeah, confirmed on the 1-4.
That'll be almost definitely a Mangan hand. Yeah, it's Mangan regardless.
Yes, Magan Riichi Pinfu Sanshoku.
Oh, now a tough time, and the hand has some good shapes, but it's a risky table situation. Okay, gets rid of the south.
Just hard folding. And not, I guess not necessarily hard folding. There's our Sumo. Riichi, Sumo, Pinfu, Sanshoku.
No Dora,
And Noura.
but
Still,
just a
Mangan.
flat
Nice little
Mangan.
pickup.
And that's going to start to put a little spin on this game. Now that one player has landed a big hit, you're going to start seeing people reaching to catch up a little more.
I don't know. I think closed Honitsu with a Dora would count too. So we've seen a couple big hands now.
Let's see what the numbers are looking like.
I see a 1, 2, 3. That's always a good sign. And then you see the rest of the hand. It looks significantly less promising.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Great last 2
That's
draws
the
right there.
start. And this is an above average hand. I wouldn't complain
Yeah.
if I got this, especially with 2-pin being Dora. Potential 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku. I mean, you could end up potentially pairing up the Yakuhai, maybe going Chanta or Junchan. Ooh,
Yeah.
South Anko, Tumon Anko. I like that start. Also,
South Anko's
2-pin
great.
here. 4-pin will kind of help the hand. Potential 3, 4, 5 Sanshoku.
2, 3, 4 finishes up. We're not actually Ishan 10. Is that right? No, I'm sorry. We need one more.
No, we're
2
missing
Shanten.
our pair as well. Whole bunch of pairs. Not much value yet, though. 6 will fill in, complete that Ryanman shape. Well, that's
7,
the
8, 9
perfect
gets
draw.
filled. Wow.
Just gets rid of the 3. Not going to hedge Sanjiku. We'll hold on to the Chun. Potential Chun Tonki wait. Would be very sneaky.
It'd be tricky, yeah.
7-pin Anko's up. Potential for the Peiko now at the 2, 2, 3, 4, 4.
That's 6, 7, 8, 9 is pretty good. That gets you.
Yeah, you have a very wide Ishan 10 there.
Yeah. And they need it because down a bunch of points.
Oh, what about just moving towards Suanko?
You could do that if you just draw good tiles.
8 doesn't really fit, and out it goes.
2. We're very close, yeah.
Keeps the 1-mon pair, cuts from the 5
There we
7
go.
9 9. There's
This
the
is now
5.
Pinfu that's Dama'd, which is
Yeah, Pinfu
interesting.
Dama on the 3 6. Maybe looking for a Tanya upgrade? But you have that 7 8 9 in the hand.
The best Tanya upgrade is actually drawing another Dora, so that might be the issue.
Oh
Just
no,
sumo.
misses on the Batsumo. We'll
Uh,
get a Sumo Pinfu Dora though. That is a sad win, especially when you're in that
a little.
position.
But the dealer, you get to keep going.
At the same time, the team needs points. You draw those, and my immediate emotion is, man, I feel I left points on the table because I've had that happen a few times.
It is definitely points left on the table. I think the big challenge is like seeing and envisioning that, oh, I'm gonna draw another 2-pin, and then it'll be Tanya, and then I'll have another Dora, and it'll be great. Can be distracting. Like it can push you away from what you really need to just confirm the win you have.
Definitely can. At the same time, though, I am very much someone who's like, you know what? I don't like thinking about it. When I'm in that situation, throw the stick out, and if there's a backfire, I could have improved. Oh well, whatever.
No, it makes good sense. Sometimes you just push what you got and you see where it takes you. It's a good starting hand if we're gonna have our dealer keep going here. We got a lot of good shapes, got a pair of Yakuhai. Like this can be built.
9-mon pair up here. 3 pairs, 4 pairs, maybe a Chitoitsu eventually. We have the Chun pair up. So yes, that's actually Ishan 10, potential Chun 6-0 Riichi.
That would be sneaky. 7 8
Fills
9
in a
fill,
pinch
very
on
nice.
there. Really nice draw. I mentioned the 2 comes out. Out it goes. Yeah, that 5 is definitely it. I want to go Chitoi.
Yeah. We're not countenancing that for a second. We're done with it. Maybe not the east though. Maybe the north first. 3 4
Well, you have the
4. This is an
overlapping
Ishan 10 right
Ryanman
here.
now. I mentioned you cut the 4 so or the 5 pin. Out goes the 5 pin. Because it is Ishan 10. You keep the 4 so because it can accept Dora.
This is where I get frustrated. That I feel like I'm not having bad luck, but my hand is building itself in a way that it's like degrading. Like I have this Yakuhai pair, so I don't have Pinfu anymore.
Oh, that 6-0 is so frustrating because that's the cheap end and a bad block. I might just throw it back.
I might throw it back. Because if I get the 6 mon, I have a 3-sided weight at least.
Yep, there it goes.
Yeah.
And I feel even the worst draw is the 5, so I don't necessarily mind the potential Furita and Riichi where we want to win on the Dora anyway.
If you're the dealer, like, yeah, we do not grab the Haku, so we're keeping our hand in one piece.
Well, I don't think the Haku call even really helps that
Doesn't
hand
help.
much.
It opens it up to try to speed it out to the end, but I don't think it's not the type of lunge you need to make right now.
Right. It feels like a lateral movement that maybe makes calling easier later in the future, but it gets rid of your overlap. That's really what it does. Ooh, well, I think this should just be the 4-so.
Probably, yeah, because now if you do draw that third
Now
Haku
you can
yourself,
just
you're
call
good.
in your
You could
Tenpai
call it,
anytime.
yeah.
Oh, well, that is Chitoi Ishan 10. 5th pair up.
Oh, we're going for it.
Whole bunch of blanks across the table. 1-so, well, now you have an Onko. That's an interesting.
Yeah.
The most efficient by far is the north, just because you can have a whole bunch of Sonanko or even Toy routes, but you really want to end up on that north weight.
If you can, yeah, for sure. Ugh, our poor dealer is trying and trying. Can't draw something that advances them. We're holding the south too.
That's the other advantage
Onko
of
of Hots
Chitoi
now.
type play is you can just hold safe tiles as your things to fill, and if you end up on a Hellweight Tonki, a very good chance it comes out against you.
First missed pair for this Chitoi, but such is life.
Upgrade to
5 upgrade.
Potential 5, 6, 7 Sanjiku if a shift comes.
That
is Tenpai. The
But
Furry 10 though, with the I think the 2 mon Riichi is normal. Yes, wait on the 2-5. You could also 2-pin Riichi if you really believe in the Sun Anko. But this is
Yeah,
by
it's an
far more
opportunity,
normal
but
play.
oh, there's a Dora. So we're holding it. Makes good sense.
And lower Monzu do not look great against that Riichi.
No, not at all. What are we doing, dealer? Backing off. Okay.
Interesting. I'm surprised the 8-pin wasn't cut. It was safe against the Riichi. Could have kept the hand moving.
Hmm. Looks like people in general are backing off a little bit here.
The 5 in their hand's significantly more dangerous. That's where I'd be folding on this.
Yeah. There's a Dora. Everyone's picking up stuff they don't like and having to back off a little bit. Ooh. Still getting out of here.
You already cleared the north earlier, I believe, so...
Yeah. There's the 4th green dragon. Ooh. All these tiles are piled up in the same area.
Well, you know the 2's safe. The 3 came out after the Riichi, so you have plenty of safety at this point. The question is it really worth fighting against this? Probably not. There's the Sumo on the expensive
On the
end.
good
Riichi,
side, yeah.
Sumo, Ipeco, Hatsu. No
Dora.
Ura.
No, that's a flip of
Oh,
3,
that's an
right?
Ura 3, isn't
That's
it?
an Ura 3.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hanemon. That's a big sumo.
Big already to Mangan level. That Ura 3 gonna boost it way up.
Oof. And there's nothing you can do about that, too. It's like, that's one of those things that really makes you second guess yourself a little bit. You're sitting there trying to dodge something, turns into a massive sumo anyway. And that's a challenge.
That's a big part of the game, is fighting back to avoid getting sumo down. But we can see the spread here. Really a fight developing for first and a fight developing for third. But here, dealer would like to change that, go on a run. Kind of a pinfu hand here.
South 2 already. This game has flown by with a lot of, like, very quick hands.
3 so huge fill there. That's actually building towards Itsu. Lots of potential value there. 3 so could even
3-so
move
here
towards
also.
Honyatsu. We're just going to play pinfu for now. 6 will connect to the 5. Continue getting rid of those terminals and honors.
Dora
5 says
acceptance
good floater.
there.
4 mon is Dora. I hadn't mentioned that yet.
258, gonna cut the 2.
Well, it's a Kanchan shape, but it's an
Yeah.
ugly one.
What do we do with this? We could just get rid of the 5
And the
so
5
it's all
shows the
alone.
normal cut, but you're just not really happy about it.
No.
Because you can only shift this towards 1, 2, 3 Sanjiku, or you can just cut the shape entirely later if the Itsu starts coming together.
South's paired up. Hmm.
And that's kind of a
No room for
sad
north.
hand for the end of the first round. Can't do much with it. This will connect to the Penshan. Was kind of planning to
Okay.
call the South, but now just gets rid of the floaters. Continue to play efficiency. Now that's
Ooh.
the tie you want. I would instantly be cutting the 2-4 pin.
Yeah,
I
time to
would
get rid of
not
that
be
bad
taking
shape.
this long.
Start looking at good shape.
Well, they're two bad shapes, but they're worth so much you don't care. Ooh, now that's finishing. It does not call the Haku. I agree with the pass
Go
there.
by. I feel like overall this game, there's not been much Yakuhai play. Like when the opportunities come up, people have
Yes, people want
tended towards
these
passing it.
big hands. Let's say you hear it
Oh.
absolutely makes sense to pass it. If you call it, what are you doing? Maybe
Yeah.
Hakudora 1 with bad
Not
shape
hoping.
video. You haven't improved the hand by calling it. That's something a lot of new to intermediate players run into, is they call just for sake of calling and then wonder why they don't build
Yeah.
value. Is when you're
Yeah, like,
calling, there used to
oh,
be a reason. Oh, well, there's our
beautiful. And
Tempai.
that's going to be the
Little
reach right
Riichi.
there for Reach
Riichi.
Itsudora, which is
Yeah, that's a
Mangan.
Mangan.
And that will bring them up to 23K no matter what. So they can actually challenge second place. So on a direct hit on second place, they can take it.
Well, there's
And
a
on a
problem.
sumo, they
That's
can
the
challenge.
7s are pretty dead right now. There's one left.
Hmm. Yeah, they're all tied up. Everyone's using them.
Could go west-west here. We'll go ahead and throw the 9 because of the Gimbutsu. And the 8 comes out. You know the 8's safe now.
If they sumo and flip something, though, then they're guaranteed second place. Then it becomes high. So this is a big opportunity, depending on how the tiles flow.
Well, one tile win this hand, and we'll need to draw it.
Ooh, all right. We're gonna get rid of those 8s, not take a second pair. Here's an Ishan 10 also. Well, not Ishan, I'm sorry, but it's a completed shape, but we're not gonna stick to it. Ooh.
A lot of hands building back into Ishan 10 now.
Yeah, as more and more safe tiles become revealed, they have more and more leeway to kind of rejuvenate their hands. Oh wow.
Game potential move. Oh, well, that's
pretty cool. But everyone's being
does
really
not take
fastidious about going
Tempai.
around.
Would have dealt in if the 7 had been thrown.
Just hanging out.
And the Chinitsu of Dreams appears to remain one.
Yeah, it's just not quite happening.
Still waiting for that 7.
Could be our first draw. Getting down to the wire. Oh, there's a 4. That 4 being dealt might embolden someone, but
The 4 is the Dora, so if you believe it, you can, but there's just not really reason for anyone except
no.
maybe Kusahara to fight this. I don't think Kusahara has the hand for it.
Oh, fighting is happening though, which means that 7 maybe. And that might not even be serious fighting. That might just be trying to be Tempai on a potential draw.
That's the old draw it and just throw it down into the hand in disgust. That
Just,
was a
ugh.
I hate that draw.
Yeah, I did not want this to happen. Oof.
It's a Monzu, but it's not the right one.
Oh, there's almost nothing left. 2 left on this.
Yes, you should be able to just fold, but you're a little worried about that call, but the 4 should be safe, even though it's Dora.
Yeah, unless someone else at the table is being really crafty. We are done here. Tempai and 3 no 10. So it's still a 2,000 point pickup.
And we'll get into third place off of that.
Yeah. Still value in getting that done. Now,
And question of where was that last 7? Well, we know it was Deadwalled.
possible. Move on forward. Here we are,
Pretty
south
standard.
third.
Pretty standard Pinfu hand. Great shapes, but not much value here. Much worse shapes, kind of a 5, 6, 7, or 6, 7, 8 Sanjiku being the only real route to value. Pinfu hand there as well. Potential Itsu. Lots of options in Sozu. Probably a Tanya, maybe a distant Itsu in So.
Game-wise, this is such an awkward position, though. Like, as the dealer, I'm going to be assuming Kusuhara and Hayami are going to want to fight each other to try to get a fourth. And I might decide I want to stay out of it, but they're not far enough away that me staying out of it means that I'm really safe.
Yeah, you don't want them to go at it, because if they're at it and they don't actually deal in, one of them's going to sumo, and you're going to be paying out the Yakabri and probably dropping to third.
Yep. It's a dangerous time.
Oyakabari being the dealer extra payment on the sumo.
Painful interest.
Well, just
Understand.
Ishanten now has that Ryankan 357 to fill, though.
How hard can it be?
Never ask the wall questions like that. You
How
will
hard can it be?
always
There's so many
regret it.
tiles. All right, that go.
Potentially Peiko now with a 44566.
Anko of North, which is quite what we really want.
Of course, the 1-mon is Dora here. So the best hand, not necessarily having it yet. That's what you really hope. You really want the 2-mon draw from that hand.
Yeah. It gets you into better shape, gets you door acceptance, gets you so much benefit.
That's Sanjiku even with 1, 2, 3 in there. But it looks like Dora is going to be very stuck in these hands. You don't really want to throw live Dora as you're getting toward mid-second row. This is an interesting situation.
An
Can't hedge
Itsu
Itsu.
Opportunity.
Won't take it, though.
No.
Just keeps the widest shape. Ishanten there with the potentially Peiko.
Or pair.
Could be moving that towards a Honetsu. It feels like a pretty late shift at this point.
Yeah, this hand could be like Ipeiko, but only Ipeiko.
No, Peiko and Adora maybe if you wait on the 2-mon. Oh, or you can just Riichi this. Well, Dama instead. This is Ipeiko Dora 1 on 5-so.
As a dealer, that makes some sense. Because 5-so is not coming out without without some like.
I feel like I would absolutely just Riichi this because of the incentives of this tournament. You just need to win first. Oh, well that's
there
gonna
we
be
go.
Senpai. It's not a great weight either way.
No, it's not.
It's
Not the
about as bad
value
as
that's
it
needed,
gets.
but we
Well,
are
then
gonna
it's a
reach
potential
it.
Nakasuji with the 3 waiting on the 6. 9 discarded very early. Oh, an immediate chase.
Immediate chase, yeah.
That's the worst feeling is when you go out on a very mediocre Riichi and immediate Tsumagiri chase.
Yeah, someone was just waiting for that to happen. Oh, now everyone else has to think about their lives a little.
It's 5-so against
5-so
6-mon.
versus 6-mon. Oof. Wow. All right.
I should see a couple of those 6-mons and a 5 in that hand.
Freed other people to
Another
get rid of that
5.
Dora.
There's only one 5-so left, I believe.
Oh,
Oh,
the
and
sixth
there's
one
one of
just
the
got captured.
sixes.
Might be all of them. Hmm.
Not gonna fight this. Just says it's fine. Breaks away from the Ishunten.
Throw the north, so if we're gonna be out. 7-8. There we go.
Oh, and now the
Paired up
south
the
pairs up.
south.
You see a long pause here. This is the do I really want to push this?
This hand has two. It has a 5-so and 2 6-mons in here, so
Yeah,
no, we're
this
just
throws
getting
the
out of
safe
here.
tile. Says I'm not having any of this.
Yeah, it's not worth it. We're getting out of here.
Well, there's the 8 so.
Oof. Yep, and
Yeah,
now we're
there
down to the
goes the
north.
pay.
Yeah. Now we're really just saying sorry. It's not happening. 2 more draws. Oof. But we can't get Tenpai. It doesn't matter. Yeah, just get out of here. Normally that would be a nice draw, but unfortunate.
2
2
players
Tenpai, 2
Senpai.
nuts.
Both see the garbage weights the other one had.
500
One of
point
those
games apiece.
feelings of relief as you're sitting there. Oh, especially you sitting there having been chased by
Yeah.
Sumiguri Riichi, and you see, oh, their weight was as bad as mine was.
little camaraderie there, yeah, and a little bit feeling less foolish. Now there's 3,000 points on the table, and that makes things interesting. Because this is now all last, if I'm correct, right? No, or was our dealer Tenpai? Our dealer was Tenpai.
Kind of a pinfu hand, maybe a 5-6-7 Sunscrew would require a bunch of shifting. Unlikely. Pinfu hand here. Nice shape in the Monzu. We are in
No,
all
our dealer
last
wasn't.
with
We aren't all last.
3,600 in the middle. So
Yeah.
that's interesting thing here. Of course,
It means
Matsu-
that even our last place player winning anything will jump from 4th to 3rd.
to 3rd and very likely to 2nd.
Possibly,
Matsushima
yeah.
doesn't even necessarily need a Mungon, can just sumo around 5,200 would make it really close. I believe that'd be enough.
Yeah. Yeah, with that much on the table.
That much would be enough.
So this is now it's very dangerous. It's anyone's game. Ooh, a lot of pairs here.
Bunch of pairs, but you kind of just want to go
And
Tanya with that
Chun
hand.
Dora. Oh dear.
You have that 9-so pair up, and Chun is Dora. It's going to be hard to use. Speaking of awkward pairs, that 6 does not feel good. And you're going to keep it just on the hopes of any Peiko pull.
But if you just draw 2 of the Chuns, then you're fine, right?
Yes, but you have this loose one, and we know if it comes out, it will get called.
Oh yes.
This sale's been
It's
relatively
like
passive
Chitoi.
on those calls, but Dora Yakuhai pulled.
Dora Yakuhai is happening.
There's a threshold here.
Ishan Tenon and Itsu, there's so much going on in these hands. This is like everyone's hand is very exciting here.
Ooh, which shape do you want to keep?
Too many good shapes. Yeah, keep
Locks
it
in the
guaranteed
potential
pair.
Shampone.
And Chitoi keeps moving forward.
Well, that's
So we're Tenpai. But is it
But we want first. It's such a bad Tenpai.
Yeah.
I might even throw it back, but we'll go ahead and Riichi from looks of it. Remembering that 5,200, this is the important condition.
5-8.
Riichi, Sumo, Pinfu, Ura would be it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why you do
Does
those
work.
calculations at the start of the hand. So I think the Riichi's correct. It's depressing you need the Ura. You're going to feel really bad if you draw something like the 5-so for the Itsu. There are just so many improvements. I think just taking the Riichi, because 5200 is enough, is the normal play. Of course, you could just Ipatsuma. I think you don't need the Aura.
Yeah, the Itsu upgrade is sad to lose, but I feel like Itsu never quite happens. I always look at it and I'm like, maybe Itsu.
Well, yeah, you
Rough.
draw the 5, and then you're on that 4/7. Give me the 4, and you stare at the 7, and it
Yeah, you're just
doesn't
like,
change
well,
to the 4 no matter how many times you draw it.
Hinfu's still cool, right? Tough. East can go. Do or die for everybody now.
And there is an interesting fight here between Hayami and Kusuhara, because if Kusuhara is Tenpai at the end of this hand, we'll jump into third if Hayami is not.
There's now, what, 4,600 on the table with this reach deposit, so it is.
Oh, there's the 9.
There's the 9. Yeah, that was the other upgrade. I was like, you could.
Well, here's an
Could hang out.
Ipeco shape confirmed. We'll see if there's a push here. This is Dealer, though, who probably doesn't have any incentive to fight with this scoreline.
Not a huge incentive. South isn't a terrible push, but it might not be worth it at all. The 8-so is also the 5-so's out already, so maybe it's
It
okay,
is,
but
but
maybe
you're
might
a
be
little
too much.
worried of the 9-so Riichi, but I wouldn't mind pushing the 8. Oh, that is Ishunten. That's a great pull. And we have the same question here. Are you going
Yeah.
to throw the South?
You gonna throw the South? You gonna do it? What are we doing? We're gonna throw the 6.
Pushes the 6.
Right. We're really holding back on the South. Everyone very nervous about it, but nobody actually wants it. Nobody knows. All these 5s have been consumed. This is rough.
Looking for another pair up. Speaking of pair ups,
Oh,
well, I think this is when you have to take your gut check. You can either throw the no, just folding.
no.
Says, you
Just
know what,
gonna
the
take a
South's
step
just
back.
never going out. I'm not doing it.
Not worth it. And it's probably because of how many points are on the table that they know that just winning South is actually worth it to just about anyone else. There's that 7 they would have gotten. But
Oh,
yes,
well, there's your pair up of the 8, and you could
But
move
yet
towards
Chitoy.
Chitoitsu, but we know that 5 pin is not
Yeah,
a
that
great
5 pin
tile.
is dangerous.
That's
We're just backing out.
no, we're not having any of this.
No. What did we pick up that makes us unhappy?
Formon.
Formon.
It's not the worst tile, but it's not great.
No, it's not very pretty.
Especially when you have so much of the 4/7 Suji in hand. It
Well,
means
we did it.
someone probably needs it, but out it goes.
Oh,
Anko up of the 1 pin, the Chitoitsu can still keep that as an option. Because let's try and pull this down later. Ooh,
every
that's
single
interesting.
5 pin.
Is now stuck in that hand. That's never coming.
Jeez, it's time for the old Kansai Chitoy. Oh my word. There's that.
There's the
5
South pair
upgrade.
up.
It is time for the old Kansai
Yeah, it
Chitoy.
unironically is, but we do not play with those rules
It is
here.
not legal in this rule set. Kansai Chitoy is when you do a Chitoy with 2 pairs of the same tile.
Now, this does allow you to call
But-
the South, and you just be Tenpai now.
Yeah, the South is now desirable, and that's actually great working with the hand to keep it
Oh,
another 4 of a kind.
well, that's your confirmed Kansai Chitoy.
Yeah. Wow. But we're not
But
going to do it.
again,
We're
not
gonna do it.
used here, so out it goes. There's the
There's the
Chun.
Chun.
There's
and
the
we do
pull,
grab
and this
it,
is going to
and
get
now
the South
The
to
South
come
has
out.
to
It's
come
gonna
out.
get
This is going to
called.
start everything moving.
Here's your chain reaction.
gets
Everyone's
played.
holding everything back. Does not take
No.
it. Really?
No.
I am
Backs off on the
shocked by
South.
that.
I'm very surprised. And there's the last South. Still.
And it's like, okay, I can peacefully fold now and not have to play this hand.
Wow. Wow.
5/8 versus 5/8. We know the 5s are super dead.
Super dead. Yeah, there's nothing left for 5s. I am very surprised that didn't get pushed. All right. It's back to Isha on 10. How many draws are left? Pretty much one. This is it.
Thought it was it. You saw that, stared at it, held it, and
Yeah.
nope. We'll just be 2
No.
players, Tempai.
But points are exchanged. Oh, a little anticlimactic. There was a lot that could have happened there.
Well, that was why the South
a little
wasn't called.
quietly.
Just give the chance to end the game here. Ishida with the first place, plus 45. Matsushima with a score question mark.
Unrecognized ending.
Hayami with the
Hayami
minus
95,
-20.5. And Kusuhara with a
Alright.
minus 35.4. Unfortunate there on the end.
Yeah. That was rough. That was a really interesting game. There was a lot of like strong showdowns, and I think there were more times things didn't materialize than they did in that game, even though there were also some pretty strong hits.
Yeah, there were definitely some big hits there. The one that jumps out at me, of course, is the Honitsu Mangan closed Honitsu, shutting down a Kokushi Muso Tempai.
Yeah, that's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Like that's another moment where the whole game could have been thrown into disarray. And instead, I mean, still a good hand, still a strong hit, but like, whew. So much action behind the scenes in that game.
Yeah, and you saw especially that last one. We were shocked that South wasn't called, but again, there's no reason necessarily to take it. But I like Tempai. Do you like Tempai?
My play would say no, but I'd say yes.
But that was the thinking behind the situation. Does lock up the first there.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot. I feel like there was a lot of mental going on in that game of people not necessarily pushing what might like mechanically be a good push to keep what they're doing a little more concealed or to retain the option of letting things go by or being defensive later, which shows a lot of respect between the players and a lot of like focus on the meta play in that game.
We can say the score for Ishida was a 6.9 in second place.
Very cool. Excellent game.
Intense game, a little too defensive for my personal taste, but you saw so much of the mind game there.
It's always frustrating
holding it back, and it felt frustrating from here a lot of the time. You're like, this hand has to come together, and they just didn't most of the time.
I've been in that position a lot where it's just like I want to push this hand, but I recognize that there are real threats out on the table. And you end up making a call one way or another, and it's frustrating when you don't push it in the right way. And yeah, there was a lot of thinking about defense, thinking about not foolishly pressing forward for no reason, which is smart, but overall challenging. And it was a really intense battle.
We have our overall standings for this group up now. Hokkaido fan meeting at the 140.9 in relative command of this group.
Yeah, they're very far away from everyone else at this point. Next up is what Mahjong. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is post. Has this just been updated to the post, or is this the overall?
Oh, there we go. Nathanael running the stream didn't let us know, but here's our updated standings.
Okay.
Now, still a lead, not quite as much of one for Hokkaido fan meeting, but still in first place with 163.5. Which on 3 channel, closing the gap a little bit with 49.9. So you do that pretty easily relative to the fact that it's right at 50. Little with the score matches the name.
Peeking out over positive to 4.5. And then Bar Gatinha is unfortunately far down there, negative 251. So
yeah, you don't want to say eliminated at this point, but it's getting a little concerning.
It'd take a lot. It would take a lot. One of the things really interesting about that game also I realized is at the end of that game, there were 4,000 points just sitting on the table. Like that's actually a lot. That's a lot of points that were just left there. because of reaches, because nothing got finished out. But like, man, that's a lot to be unclaimed.
Well, that's what happens when there's a big Riichi showdown that goes to a draw in South 3 and then an relatively early Riichi in South 4. It doesn't finish there either.
Shuts
So
everyone down.
that's 3 right there.
Yeah, very intense. Very good. Oh, there will be no change in Group 16 scores. Team WRC has a bye this week. All right, so Team WRC is just hanging out.
Yeah, because they are Team 16 out of this tournament, they have a ton of buys. So they will be playing on and off the first month or two, and then almost every week afterwards.
Oh, wow.
Which is more or less why, if you look at our schedule, we've been doing one or two weeks every month now, and you look a couple months in the future, and we're doing 2, sometimes 3.
Yeah, it's going to get more intense as we go for Team WRC. So they're going to have to prove themselves in the fires of Yukan Fuji.
All right, then. I think we probably do our wrap up around now. So the obligatory plugs. So first of all, of course, like, subscribe. If we get interest in this league, it helps future leagues and future coverage come up. The pro leagues themselves, of course, want to know how much of a Western audience there is. So please help us out. Leave a comment if possible. And of course, there's this USPML thing I see up on that screen occasionally. Maybe you can talk a little bit more.
Yeah, so I mean, USPML, we're operating out of New York, out of Sparrow's Nest Studios. So if you're in the Eastern Seaboard region, please come see us in New York. We have our Johnstone Midtown Sparrow's Nest Studio, 36 West 36th Street, right by Penn Station. Open Thursday to Sunday, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. And for certain special events, you can check our calendar. So if you go to sparrowsneststudio.com, you can find out about that. And we are also doing a whole bunch of things. As we mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, we're going to be at New York Comic Con, October 17th to 20th. We have a tournament here in New York the week after that, which is October 26th and 27th. It's a 64-person all-auto table tournament. We got 2 spots left. And most importantly, we are going to be doing more and more, although the specifics are going to be delivered soon, with the WRC Pro program here in North America. We're going to be having meetups, league events, and other such study sessions to prepare for the WRC Pro tests as time goes forward. So if that's something you're interested in, definitely reach out to us as well, no matter where you are, Eastern Seaboard, West Coast, Middle America, anywhere, and we'll keep you up to date on everything going on.
All right, then. I believe our next cast is going to be in 2 weeks. So 2 weeks from yesterday, because of course we do Thursday and Friday. Split the sessions up between the morning and the afternoon for 2 days. And I think that's about it. So any closing thoughts?
I mean, generally speaking, as always, it's been an absolute pleasure. It's always great to watch these high-level games. It's always great to watch these players like making these decisions and like really just like doing their best to wring value out of these tiles as best they can. It's always really exciting.
All right, then. With that, this is Corak along with Dave, Nathanael, Gemma, Jenn, and Chiral. Hoping we'll see you next time. I said in 2 weeks from yesterday.
Join us again, 26th September. Hope to see you there.